Let me show you guys this new game I got. Best game in history, in fact. Oh, what a beautiful game. Oh, I love this game.
You scum down!
You scum down. You scum down. Lay them down. County crash. Lay them down.
Defense mode now activated.
Down. Down.
Take that! You win. You are not a loser like New Scum.
See, kids, I told you. Best game ever. You want to grow up to be a scum like Gavin or a king like me? Your choice.
Your choice. What's up, everybody? How's it going tonight? Great to see everybody. Great to see everybody. Why does my camera look all screwy-dooey? What's up, everybody? Buddy. Great to see everybody. How's it going tonight, everyone? Great. Can you guys hear me? My mic working? Why do I not? All right, there it goes. All right, that's better. All right. So, it's Sunday night, and we're all here hanging out. Let's see who's here tonight. We got, oh, wow, got a long way to go to get up to the top here. Wow, oh, Jesus. Where are we at? Oh, here we go. First person here was Catherine K. Says, hi, peeps. Then SB Farmer and HJ Remy. Nice to see you guys. Tomb is here. Evening, hear about Rob Reiner dying. No, I didn't. Says, found dead. Wonder if it's carbon monoxide. Wow, I don't know. I did hear another guy died. I don't know if you know, I can't remember his name now. A guy that's been in a bunch, the guy that played Zed or whatever in Pulp Fiction, the blonde guy that had the motorcycle that they took. That guy, he died today too. They found him. Pat Hacker's here. What's up? Great to see you. Steve Hilliard's here. I wonder why the news will be tonight. I haven't heard much about the Brown University shooting yet. Well, we're going to hear about it. We're going to hear about it. And, Kelly, what's up? Great to see you. Jody's here. Thanks for tickling it. Hey, Mr. Dan. What's up, Mr. The Other Gagex? Dan is here. Lisa's here. Hey, Lisa. Great to see you. Charvon's here. Great to see you. Good evening. Nice. Sylvia's here. Great to see you. And thank you to the person who gifted the membership. I don't remember who it was. It could have been Brian Oldenkamp or it could have been Anthony. One of the two. They gifted some memberships last night if that's when it was. Mark's here. What's up, Mark? Audra's here too. What's up, Audra? And Philip DePlano's here. Great to see you too. Kimberly Campbell's here too. Hello, everyone. Great to see you. What the F is here too. What's up? Rob Weimer and his wife are dead, apparently. Well, that would probably be if they're both dead. Gypsy's here too. If they're both dead, it could be overcooked meathead in Brentwood. Wow. I did not hear that. That's sad. The actor who played Zed, the motorcycle owner in Pulp Fiction, Peter Green, has died. He was 60 years old, found unresponsive in New York. That's correct. Yeah, an apartment. I guess it was 2 days ago. I just heard about it today. But he was great. He's a really good actor, actually. If you ever saw the series Justified, it was one of my favorite series. I watch that usually at least once a year. I'll watch it all the way through. I did for a while. I was doing a review on it. We were doing Just a Fridays on every Friday. We're reviewing Justified. Anyway, long story short, he was just in that series in the beginning of the movie, like the beginning of the series, the first episode for the first 2 minutes, and he gets killed. But great actor nonetheless. So let's see. I do have one more video, which I'm going to play, but I did, just so everyone knows, I did get a copyright hit last night on that Silent Night for that Soldiers Silent Night for the background music. I guess is some Silent Night for some Manstein Orchestra or something like that claimed it. So I had to delete that out of the stream from last night, and which I'm kind of upset about because I really like that, but I'm hoping it just canceled out the background music and you still hear the guy sing. I haven't, or talk, saying the stuff, the guy talking. So we'll have to see. Spuds is here too. What's up, Spuds? But I do have another one, and I think I'm going to get hit on it, but should we play it? Maybe I'll play it and just, maybe I'll play it and I'll just mute the sound because this is funny. It's a Nicki Minaj Barbie doll. So I don't know if I could play the music from this, but this is because she's going, and then she goes and she finds, oh, who's that? Is that Gavin Newscomb? She finds in the bed. Oh my God, she's holding a knife to his throat. Now she's jumping on top of him and everything. So then she's doing all this stuff, and then she's gonna. Oh my God, what's that she found? What is that? Oh my God, she's beating him in the head with it. Oh my God, what's going on? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! What'd she say? Take the hits? Take the hits? You think so? Nikki on a shelf? Yeah, it's a pain in the butt though, Jay. It is. It's a pain in the butt because then I have to go back and I have to edit things, and it's a whole thing. But yeah, I thought this was a funny video. I'll post this in the chat if anybody. Rob Reiner said he was going to set himself on fire if he got elected. If he did, he could make him very dead. It could, yes, it could. But I will post this in the chat for anybody who wants it. Can be my guest and go watch it in its entirety. But I don't want to have to deal with the whole, editing the video after I post, whatever. So, but I thought this was funny. Yeah, I thought it was a funny little video, but anyway, so yeah, it is what it is. But Meathead and his wife double suicide. LAPD robbery homicides on the scene in Brentwood. All right, you wanna post a link to that SB Farmer, and I'll pull it up. I'll make that the first story of the evening. If you got a link to it, that must have just happened. Hey, Philip Coggins is here. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? That's a weird video. So, yeah, I'll do this. Okay. I mean, the first story of the evening was going to be the terrorist attack in Australia. Jimmy Superfly Snuka would have been proud of that move. Yes, from Little Nicky. Yeah. So, oh shit, I didn't make a goal tonight, did I? That's on me for being a dummy. Let me get it done now. Let's see, 20 super chats for 2 hours. And I'll do this. I'm slacking over here, man. I'm slacking. Yes, because there is a goal, and as always, there's a goal. We did great last night on the goal. That's not a link for the. That's not a link for the. I mean, that's not a link for the SB Farmer. That's not a link for the news. Hey, Woodtick Mike's here too. What's up? New York Post link on Rob Reiner. Okay, all right. I'll get it. 1 second. But let me do this first. So yes, there's a goal, as there always is. Every night there's a goal, and the first for every $100 that comes in, we add an extra hour to the show. The show's going to be about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's off PayPal, Cash App, Ko-fi, Ko-fi, whatever it is, and also Rumble Rants and YouTube Super Chats, memberships or gifted memberships. When I add it all up, and whenever a total of 100 comes in, I add an hour to the show. The shooters, all the shooters yelled, "This is MAGA country." Oh my God. Did they really? I heard they yelled Allahu Snack Bar or something, Aloha Snack Bar. Meathead is now dead meat. Yes, and when we get to 50, we activate Bellavision, which is, she's there. She's headless right now, but as soon as we hit the 50, we'll activate the old Beller Vision, the old Smeller Beller Vision there. And until then, or unless a single individual donation comes in for $25 or greater, and then we would activate Bellavision immediately. That could be, a $25 super chat or Rumble Rant or PayPal or Cash App or anything like that. Or it could be 5 gifted memberships on either Rumble or YouTube that would activate Bellavision. Let me see what these people got here. So we got this YouTube video. How to paint like a feminist. Oh, okay. Thanks for sending me to the wrong place. And then, all right. Oh, and look at this. We got the first 2 dead bodies found at Rob Reiner's house. All right. Thank you, SB Farmer. And then Spuds comes in with a gifted membership. Give us the fat bacon dog. I would, but it's either a $25. Okay, it's a funny video. All right, I'll check it out. I got it. I have it. We'll check it out. Yeah. So with that, we got a $6, and the person who got that donation was Sonia Newland. I don't know. SONANYL 5969 received that gifted membership. How to paint like a feminist is funny. We'll check it out in a minute. We will. But with that, we are now $94 away from the first additional hour and $44 away from Bellavision. All right. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Spuds. Alrighty, so let's do this. Let's do this. So we got Victor Corman, PhD, says, "I'm going to jump the gun and offer my condolences to the families of Rob Reiner and wife Michelle based on the reported ages of the 2 decedents found in Reiner's Brentwood mansion tonight. Robbery, homicide on the scene. I detest his politics, but I loved his films." Yeah, he did this. Rob Reiner did the Princess Bride. Hey, Terry's here. Good evening. Well, thank you, Spuds. It's greatly appreciated. Looking at the ages, one matches Rob Reiner. Well, it would make sense if he's in his house. I mean, that's sad. Let's... Police investigate deaths at Rob Reiner's Brentwood mansion. Hey, Saxon Rainey, what's up? Great to see you. Los Angeles police are probing the deaths of two people aged 78 and 68 discovered Sunday at 3:38 p.m. Pacific time in Rob Reiner's Brentwood home. That would put it at around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock almost. Well, bye. To who? Me or to Rob Reiner? The ages matched Reiner and his wife. I mean, you don't want anyone to die. I don't wish death on anybody. I mean, he was a meathead and an asshole, but you know, I just hope it wasn't like. I hope it wasn't. I hope it wasn't some deranged person that like killed them or something like that. That's going to get blamed on the right. That's all. That's all. I don't want that to happen. Aegis Mass, Reiner and his wife. L.A. robbery homicide is handling the case as a potential murder investigation. No comments yet from Reiner's representatives. The prominent filmmaker known for classics like Princess Bride awaits further developments until as next of kin are notified. Two people have been found dead at the home of leftist actor. He's a director more. I think he's more of a director now. Per LA Fire Department, the individuals were 78 and 68, which matched the ages of Reiner and his wife. It's not known what caused their deaths. I would think he's got security at his house. I mean, this guy's a multi-millionaire. Yeah, no, not meathead. Yeah. No, Trump didn't do it. Trump's got an alibi. Trump was in the White House. Probably to hunt the virus. That's what took out, isn't that what took out Gene Hackman and his wife? I think. Right, Gypsy? Yeah, two people found dead. Full story here. What's this? Okay. BNO News. Two elderly people found dead. Two people found dead at Rob Reiner's home from, wow. Let's see. We'll go to TMZ first. Because, TMZ's, you can quote Spinal Tap. Yeah, rats. That's what I thought. Two people have been found stabbed to death. Oh, no. Oh, no. No idea the bodies. Well, it would be a Sharon Taylor, hey, what's up? Great to see you. You think it was their son, Nick? Hey, was he a trans or something? Poor dead bastard. I mean, so can I. Yeah, 68 and 78, same age as his wife. I mean, it would be a shame, wouldn't it, if it was an illegal alien? Just saying. Fingers crossed. Two people found dead at the LA home. That is terrible. You're right. I'm a terrible person for saying that. I should be ashamed. I should be punished. What is wrong with me? Why would I even think something like that? Two people were found dead at the West LA home of Rob Reiner and his wife. The fire department were called at home at 3:30 for medical aid. They found a man approximately 78 and a woman approximately 68. This is terrible. This is bad, man. We confirm the house does in fact belong to the Spinal Tap director. Yes, he is an asshat, and I wouldn't want him to be murdered. Me neither. Exactly. And I definitely don't want him to be murdered by anybody that could be somehow linked to Trump, like blame it on Trump or something like that. Billy Crystal left there, looked like he was in tears. The LA Police Department arrived 10 minutes after the fire department opened an investigation into the two deaths. Wow. This is Spinal Tap actor David Caff is dead at 79. Oh, look at this. Rob Reiner and Soledad O'Brien know the JFK assassination was a conspiracy. They will name the assassins. Paul Pelosi was attacked by a illegal immigrant. I'm just saying. Yes. I don't want him to be murdered either. Yes. Nobody wants him to be murdered. We want this to just be, I don't, we don't want this to happen to anybody. I don't know who. I don't want it to be anybody in the house. I really don't. Maybe it could be look up Nick Reiner. Sunshine, hey, what's up? I hope it's not Rob. Yeah. I mean, I loved his movies. I really did. He was an asshole. He was a fucking meathead. Yeah. Oh my God, it is. It was a horrible accident. Not if they were stabbed to death. That doesn't sound like a horrible accident. I mean, are you being Are you pretending? Are you talking like the Democrat congressman that said the shooting of the two National Guard people was a horrible accident? Is that what you're doing? Did you get me? Did you get me? Mm-hmm. Let me look up Nick Reiner real quick. Oh, so this guy's been in and out of rehab since he was 15. Oh, so his son's been in and out of rehab since he was 15. So that's not good. That's not good. Son had drug demons. Okay, well, all right. Carl Reiner was a great actor too. He was a good guy. Even though he was the guy. Carl Reiner was the one behind. I think he was the one behind All in the Family, right? Or that was Norman Lear, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Look at his dad. No wonder he was on drugs. That's terrible, but not the famous first couple. Probably illegal criminals. The other couple was famous from America's Voice or something recently happened. Oh, you think so? Oh, you think maybe? I mean, it's possible it was like a break-in, like a home invasion. There's been home invasions. A Few Good Men was a terrible movie with one of the most epic monologues ever. Hey, Colorado Mountain Girl. I missed the last few streams, so it's nice to be here for live. Yes, it is. It's great. The Texas from the fire, the robbery, homicide were also at the scene. A spokesman of the department said the knife is believed to have been used in the attack. Wow, so it was an attack. His son Nick has mental issues. Dick Van Dyke Show for Carl Reiner. Okay, yeah, that's right. It was Norman Lear was just All in the Family. Norman Lear stole it. Yeah. I fear more accidents will happen as the debt dries up. That guy that played Zed in Pulp Fiction also died. Yeah, I said that. His name was, damn it, Green. He stabbed is not an accident. His dad did the Dick Van Dyke Show. Karen, what's up? Hail, everyone. That's right. All right. All right, let's see. 2 stabbed to death at legendary actor Rob Reiner's L.A. home. Wow. Terror at Bonny Beach. That was going to be our first story, but that'll be our second story because this is Carl Reiner played Alan Brady. What? Is that not from the Brady Bunch? No, Carl Reiner played. It was in Ocean's 11 and Ocean's 12 and all that, and Ocean's 13, all those movies. The 2,000-year-old man was a classic comedy with Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks on Dick Van Dyke. Okay. 2 people have been found stabbed to death inside the Brentwood home of a legendary director, Rob Reiner, in an incident that sent shockwaves through Hollywood. Los Angeles Police Department confirmed to the Post. Officers were called to the home. They were discovered a man and woman with stab wounds. Hey, none of your business. What's up from the Dick Van Dyke Show? Officers were called to the home where they discovered a man and woman with stab wounds. It's currently unclear who the victims are, but the fire department told NBC that the 78-year-old man and 60-year-old woman were found dead inside the home. Those ages match that of Reiner and his wife, Michelle. The fire department paramedics rushed to the home shortly after. Officers at LAPD responded to the home following reports of ambulance death investigations. Detectives from robbery homicide were also on the scene. LA robbery homicide does not fuck around. I'm going to tell you right now. Hey, what's up? Will Call Magic. Great to see you. Howdy, howdy. Officers had the street blocked off in front of Reiner's house. Anyone else I missed when I couldn't see? Oh, okay. Carl Reiner died in 2020. He's been dead for a while, but he was a great actor, too. He was great in Ocean's 11. Post reporters at the scene observed Reiner's home decked out in holiday decor in a posh, high-end Brentwood neighborhood with homes protected by large hedges and gates. Maybe it's California continues its descent into hell. Yes. Maybe it was the same guy that got, it was the same people that got Nicole Brown Simpson. Could be. Knife. OJ failed us all. Yeah. He was supposed to find him, and he didn't. He died before he could find him. Had to be pretty gruesome if they can't or are having trouble identifying the bodies. Well, they probably don't want to, they probably don't want to say anything until they notify the, they didn't have any signs that said it was a knife-free zone. What kind of gathering is Rob having? Was he killed? It looks like he might have been killed because the two bodies were the same age as him and his wife. Yeah, OJ won't get to see the real killer caught. It's a shame. Brentwood's a dangerous place, no matter how rich you are. Yeah, think about it. I mean, it's possible it could have been illegal, like some kind of illegal criminal gang and stuff that are robbing houses. There's been a lot of reports. No, Glenn is dead, killed in Nicole. Okay. Reiner is the father of two sons, Jake and Nick. Nick has been open about his issues battling drug addiction and homelessness. How the fuck is Rob Reiner's son homeless? LAPD, or Kobe Bryant's wife, is suing LAFD and LAPD for publishing photos of his body, has them rightly scared. Okay. Maybe a Clinton suicide? It's possible, because you saw that supposedly Rob Reiner knew who killed Kennedy, knew the cover-up, knew all about it. That's why so many celebs are moving to UK, France, Portugal, and Spain. Yeah, I got it. I knew what it meant. Reiner is best known for a slew of classics in the 80s and 90s. When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men. Did Rob Reiner also do what was it called? Stand By Me? Or was that his dad? Rob was on the left side. They know the age is not the ID. Well, if they know the ages, they know who they are. Because you don't know the age of somebody until you know who they are. Because you'd have to guess on the ages until you know who they are. So they know who they is. They know who they is. He first rose to fame as Meathead Mike Stivic on the CBS sitcom All in the Family, which landed him 2 Emmy Awards. Rob was SBM. CIA Mossad military complex is at it again. Doc, so true about homeless. Homelessness is rarely about the lack of housing. He did Stand By Me? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, okay. Maybe they cut it in half and counted the rings. You get what you voted for. Yes, you do get what you voted for. If it's Rob, at least his TDS is finally cured. Oof. Oof. Man, you guys are brutal, man. You guys are no shame, man. No, guys don't give no fucks. Two found dead at the Brentwood mansion owned by director Rob Reiner. Published 1 hour ago, updated 4 minutes ago. Lately, the Hollywood Hills has been brutal. Yes, brutal. I got it. Not butt gel, but brutal. Nobody got who the voted for. Was the wood chipper involved? No wood chipper involved. Making the ghetto look tame. Two people who were found dead on Sunday inside the Brentwood home of owned by director and actor Rob Reiner. Multiple law enforcement sources say. Do you think the last word he heard was, "Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." P. Diddy. Ooh, maybe P. Diddy. Maybe P. Diddy got him? It's maybe. Maybe. I bet his last thought was he wished he had one of those evil guns in the home. I'd be shocked if he didn't have guns in the home. I mean, really. Kimberly Campbell says they got what they voted for. I just watched a Christmas episode of All in the Family right before the show. I love All in the Family. I have them on disc and on my computer. I watch them, stream them. You can't really find them anywhere to stream them from any place. You have to buy the actual discs and stuff. I can't find them anywhere. I mean, I'm sure they're somewhere, but if Diddy was going to get anybody now, it's 50 Cent. Hey, Jay Schwalbach's here too. What's up, Jay? Great to see you. There he is. Oh, that was who said that, man. I'm so dumb. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. I can't remember. Was that his name, Inigo Montoya? I thought it was something else. Prepare to die. Robbery homicide were assigned to the case. A large police presence. The paramedics were called to the home at 3:30 p.m. Within a few minutes, the LAPD was dispatched. The number of LAPD shootings continue to rise. Oh, no bail for the man accused of tossing Molotov cocktails into a federal building. Well, that's good. I mean, I hope. Reiner's Oscar-nominated filmmaker and actor known for his Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally. Reiner and his wife, Michelle, got married in 89 and have 3 children, Jake, Nick, and Romy. Well, they probably have to make sure that they... hey, Reverend Self-Destruct is here. What's up? Salutations, Jim and Chet. Great to see you. Have a good time storming the castle. Oh, yeah, that's from the... For what it's worth, TMZ is reporting it was Reiner and his wife, and they were stabbed to death. I was just on TMZ. Let me see. It says that they've confirmed the house does belong. Oh, no, it says at 7:25 p.m. Pacific time, which was just a few minutes ago, we have confirmed. It says, we have confirmed the 2 people found deceased are, in fact, Rob and his wife, Michelle. Click here to read more. Rob Reiner and wife, Michelle, found dead at home. Wounds consistent with a knife. Wow. So it is Rob. Can we be civilized and have a moment of silence for Rob Reiner, maybe? Just say, okay, that's enough of that. Oh, wow. And Jay Schwalbach for 20 goes, it's from The Princess Bride, you goofy. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. Didn't you hear me sing? And I was saying it like The Princess Bride. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. My name is Inigo Montoya. Prepare to die. I know what this was from. I was saying it like that. I didn't know if that's the name Inigo. I thought it was something else. But thank you for the 20. Wow. That means we are now $74 away from the first additional hour and $24 away from Bellavision. What do you know? Just $24 away from Bellavision. Huh. GMZ Trash Made for Zombies. Yes, thank you. Prayers for... Mark Knopfler did the soundtrack for Princess Bride. Great soundtrack. What's up, Richard Horton? Great to see you, too. Yes, everybody's here. But thank you for the 20. Howdy, Pat. So it was them. That's sad. The legendary director and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, have died. Well, they were murdered. They died. I mean, I don't know why they say it like that. They've died. I mean, they were murdered. Clearly, stab wounds. Unless it was some kind of murder-suicide. That would be odd. Right? As we told you before, 2 dead bodies were found in the Brentwood home. It's a horrible way to go, getting stabbed to death, yeah. I mean, so it kind of makes you think it's got to, like, generally speaking, like, if they were, because stabbing somebody with a knife, one person, like, unless you would think someone will be able to get away, get a gun or something in the house, unless it was multiple people with knives, or if it was like a family member. They have died due to murder. Dun-dun-dun. Sources say the 2 suffered lacerations consistent with a knife. L.A. robbery homicide is investigated. Geez, first you're seeing this. It just happened. It just, it was just reported at like, say, 3 hours ago that they found bodies 2, 3 hours ago. And now it just confirmed it like 10 minutes ago that it was Rob Reiner. Killed by your own son? That's you think? That's possible. The son of famed comedian Carl Reiner, who passed away in 2020, started his career in show business as a comedy writer in the 60s, working as Steve Martin's writing partner on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour. I didn't know that. I didn't know he worked with Steve Martin. Why do they have to highlight the 2 dead bodies in red? It is sad. It is sad. He might have been a raging leftist asshole, but I don't want him dead. I don't want anybody dead, really, except for murderers. I want murderers and pedophiles dead. Them, okay. Now, there was a rumor, and I don't know how true it was, that Rob Reiner did some things to the girl from Poltergeist. I don't know if you guys ever heard that story. Like Rob Reiner and someone else did things to her. I don't know if that's true, but if that's true, this was getting off easy. I don't care for Rob Reiner's politics, but I appreciate his work in movies and TVs. Yes, me too. Me too. Nice to see Mick Reekins, CEO. See, Mick Reekins. If it was Clinton related, the DIY is always a possibility. Oh, yeah. Curious to know who they'll blame it on. Don't let a tragedy go to waste. Thousands of Chileans fled the streets to celebrate the win of a pro-Trump populist. Jose Castro Chile has defeated communism today. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, Reverend. Oh, that girl was just so little. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks. You were too. Meet the bunkers. Oh, well. Ban assault knives now. We're going to have to. There he is. All in the Family. Best compilation. Wow. What do you know? All in the Family ran for 205 episodes. 205 episodes? Really? Came to a close in 79, at which point Reiner's focus switched more to directing. His rock mockumentary, This is Spinal Tap, marked his first big hit. I didn't know it did 205 episodes. That's a lot of episodes. Are they counting all like Archie's Place too? And the stuff when you grew up on Archie's or reruns? Yeah. Well, probably reruns. Need to ban high capacity blades. Yes. FYI, Glenn Edward Rogers, Casanova killer, killed Nicole, agreement via OJ connection, executed May 25th. I thought was years ago. Oh. Is Rob Reiner the meathead? He was the meathead. Yes, he was. It says, oh, hi. Oh, and hi, Jim and chat. Come in and you were talking about Reiner being dead. Sorry, I would have said hello first. No problem. Never know the politics till they made millions. Yeah. It was a great show. This was a great show. And what was funny is because what's even more fun is Carol O'Connor, the guy who played Archie, even more left-wing than Meathead, than Rob Reiner, even way more left-wing than him, and yet he could play the right-wing guy, and everybody loved him. And then you had the Jeffersons, that's right. Yeah. Reiner would have hated the show if it came out now. Probably. He probably was ashamed of it. Archie was right about most things. That's the thing, he was. And, great show. Yeah, Princess Bride is still a favorite. That's what I'm saying. I could separate. Yeah, moving on up. Yes, moving on up. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't have that anymore. I used to have it. Coincidentally, All in the Family has been on your YouTube page for a few days. Weird. It is. Oh, that's right. They're Jewish. If there's no robbery, well, kind of suspicious. Well, if it wasn't a family member, Archie spoke his thoughts. So many memories from his movies. He was right about the meathead. It is the first day or second day of Hanukkah, right? So Maud was also a spinoff. Yeah. A lot of spinoffs. I love Archie Bunker. Yeah. Lots of spinoffs. Lots of spinoffs. He directed Misery too. He hadn't thought about that show in years. Over the next decade, Rob directed iconic films like Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, the last of which led to him to the love of his life. While directing Harry Met Sally, Rob met Michelle, a photographer, and the two married in '89. Perhaps even bigger than that, the relationship actually convinced Rob to change the ending of the rom-com to have Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan's characters end up together. Yeah, it is the first night of Hanukkah, yeah. Is he dead? Yes, he's dead. First night of Hanukkah, yeah. You miss Norm? Yeah. As you wish. Your wish is my command. I thought it was, or is it as you wish, or your wish is my command? I don't know. In his book, OJ said they would have taken a bullet or stood in front of a train for Nicole. Man, I got to tell you, that was some bad luck. The one guy who would have died for you kills you. Paid off in the end. Rob continued directing during the more than 35 years married, helming projects like Misery, A Few Good Men, The American President, The Bucket List, Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues. You Can't Handle the Truth. Good part of the movie. You know, good part. Yeah, Meathead's dead. His house is worth $13 million. Should have had paid security. Well, who knows? Maybe the Intifada has started. It's possible. Yeah, Misery is a good one too. Rob has one more directorial project, which, according to his IMDb, has been completed. Live concert footage of the fictional band Spinal Tap playing at Stonehenge, along with other massive names of music. The film is set to come out next year. Yes, murder, stab wounds. Prayers for his children and family. Yes, definitely. Always. Yeah, the good really do die young. In Brentwood, the city's walled in. Younger fans may recognize Rob from his acting role as Jess's father on Father Bob on New Girl, or his last part in the season 4 The Bear as businessman Albert Schur. So these are this is his kids, his two sons, and then his daughter, and then the son. I would imagine the son all the way on the far right is the one with the drug problem. Just from ring doorbells will solve the case. I got it. I can speak chat. All right. I got it. How many Academy Awards did he win? I don't know. He had to have won a few, right? Michelle and Rob had 3 kids together, Jake, Nick, and Romy. Rob also has a daughter, Tracy, from his first marriage to director Penny Marshall. Oh, that's right. Him and Penny Marshall were married. Forgot about that. Rob was 78. Michelle was 68. Wow. Oh, Selena, the singer, Selena's dad died too. Wow. Right here, Pulp Fiction star Peter Green, dead at 60. This guy, he's a good actor, man. Really good actor. Played a great bad guy. A lot of stuff. Wow. All right, let's get to the next news story. We can't dwell on this all night. Terrorists who killed 15 people at the Hanukkah event in Sydney were a father and son, reportedly from Pakistan.
The offenders are a 50-year-old and 24-year-old male who are father and son. The 50-year-old is deceased. The 24-year-old is currently in hospital at the moment. The offenders are a 50.
It's sickening, yes. Coming to a country near you, it's here. Wow, coexist. Breaking news, heartwarming father and son bonding moment, interrupted by intolerant Australian police. In a beautiful display of multicultural enrichment and vibrant diversity, a devoted Muslim father and his 24-year-old son brought the timeless wisdom of Quran 9:30 directly to Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach yesterday. The sacred verse, Jews and Christians are liars and heretics for claiming divine lineage of Ezra and Jesus. Their falsehoods and blasphemy, and Allah curses them to destruction. They are deluded and their lives are forfeit. Oh, wow, look at that. Rest in peace, Meathead. It's nice when the younger generation follows in their father's footsteps, isn't it? You know, really is. Clever post right there. Yeah. Yeah, ever notice the Australians never use the when they speak? Yeah. Clearly inspired the duo to perform the act, yes, of community outreach. Carol O'Connor was a liberal, a traditional one, not a leftist. I don't know about that. I heard he was way, way far left. Definitely yelled, "This is MAGA country." I don't know. I heard he was way, way left. They courageously targeted women and children and Holocaust survivors with legally owned firearms and homemade explosives. Tragically, their peaceful expressions of religious conviction were violently disrupted by Islamophobic police officers who shot the father dead and hospitalized the son, ruining what progressive voices are calling a mostly peaceful contribution to Australia's ever-growing tapestry of imported cultural traditions. He thought Rob was a useful idiot. Pakistani. Rob Reiner, he had severe TDS. Oh, yeah. Rob Reiner had severe TDS. We're talking about Carol O'Connor, the guy that played Archie. I read that Carol O'Connor was like a way far leftist. Experts agree that the real culprit is the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese's hateful failure to fully embrace unchecked mass migration from regions famous for their tolerant attitudes towards Jewish civilians. Had Albo showed more leadership by completely ignoring the thousands of anti-Semitic incidents since October and bowing even harder to pro-Palestinian activists, sources say this enrichment event could have been even larger and more inclusive. Insiders note that Australia's recent recognition of a Palestinian state, a bold move that definitely did not pour gasoline on global Jew hatred, was simply not submissive enough to prevent such vibrant expressions of solidarity with Hamas. We need more diversity, more open borders, and zero consequences for chanting gas to Jews at rallies, said a masked activist who definitely isn't celebrating privately. As flags fly at half-mast for the victims, Australians are urged to reflect on the true lesson here. Intolerance of intolerance is the real terrorism. Jim, well, O'Connor did support Ted Kennedy for POTUS, but compared to Reiner, he was a moderate. Well, I mean, okay. If you took him today, maybe, but I think if he was still around today, he's been dead for many, many years. If you took him around, yeah, Connor was an old school commie. That's what I thought. I thought he was like straight, like got called out for being connected to the Communist Party. Cultural assimilation or no migration. Many people say the Intifada has started. Well, I know that people were calling for it in New York. I didn't like Rob, but man, I'm still sad he was murdered. I can appreciate his movies. Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't want anybody murdered like that. Seeing what we get Jim to read. I'll read just about anything unless it's something that's going to get me like booted off of the internet. I restarted the stream so I didn't miss it from the beginning. Zed's actually dead. Yeah, Peter Green always played a dirtbag, but he played it perfect. Yeah, he did. He was great, man. He's great. Watch Reds. Connor was a leftist. I remember watching him on Phil Donahue. He was a radical and had a son with drug problems. Yeah, that's funny. Try to get me in trouble. That's great. You guys are great. Yes, he was. Reds with Warren Beatty.
What we saw yesterday was an act of pure evil. An act of anti-Semitism, an act of terrorism on our shore in an iconic Australian location, Bondi Beach. This was an attack deliberately targeted at the Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. We will do whatever is necessary to stamp out anti-Semitism. It is a scourge and we will eradicate it together. I thank world leaders who have reached out, from President Trump, President Macron, Prime Minister Starmer, others right around the world have reached out to Australia at this time, and we thank you for your sympathy and your solidarity with our values.
The offenders are a 50-year-old and 24-year-old male who are father and son. The 50-year-old is deceased. The 24-year-old is currently in hospital at the moment.
In hospital.
As part of the investigation, we conducted 2 search warrants last night, one at Bonnie Rig and a second at Campsie. The 50-year-old male is a licensed firearms holder. He has 6 firearms licensed to him. We are satisfied that we have 6 firearms from the scene yesterday, but also as a result of the search warrant at the Campsie address. Ballistics and forensic investigation will determine this morning that those 6 firearms are the 6 that were licensed to that man, but also that they were used in the offence yesterday at Bondi.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Wait a minute. Did you hear what he said? He said they will confirm that those are the weapons. So they already made a decision that they're going to confirm that they're the weapons. The sound on video is low. Don't know if you can fix it. I cranked it up 600%. That's the most I could go. O'Connor was active in getting laws against drug dealers. Oh. All I know is I'm not flying nor going to mass gatherings for a while. Too much going on lately. That's what I would, like I always say, ABA people, always be armed. You know what the globalists couldn't manage with COVID, they're trying to accomplish with mass migration. I despise these people and their minions in the government around the world. But the muzzies will not get blamed. Heard there were IEDs in the vehicle. Yes, there was explosive devices in the vehicles. And I thought planted under the bridge.
On your feet, what is your response to Netanyahu's comments yesterday that will be
This is a moment for national unity. This is a moment for Australians to come together. That's precisely what we will be doing.
Certainly, there were 2 improvised explosive devices found at the scene. They were taken by our rescue and bomb disposal unit. They were found to be active devices, so they were taken back and rendered safe by our police who do a professional job.
Has your government failed Jewish Australians when their worst nightmare was realised last night?
My government will continue to stand with Jewish Australians and continue to stand to stamp out anti-Semitism.
Yeah, the Intifada has started. It's a global. They weren't kidding when they said they wanted to globalize the Intifada. That's what's happening right now, folks. We're in a global Intifada. Be prepared. Be a Boy Scout. Be prepared.
One ever appointed in Australia, Gillian Siegel. Last night I spoke with Peter Wertheim and other leaders of the Jewish community. We'll continue to work with them, because this is a time where all Australians need to wrap our arms around Jewish Australians. So we stand with them, we stand against anti-Semitism, we will do whatever is necessary to stamp it out. Anti-Semitism is a scourge. It's been around for a long period of time. We need to do whatever we can to stamp it out.
Father and son quality time brought to you by Open Borders and Moral Cowardice. Yes. Yeah, firearms, you can get like hunting firearms, there's like shotguns and bolt action rifles and stuff like that. I don't think they can have handguns, and I don't think they can have any type of assault weapons. They took those all away, and I think they took the handguns away. Kangaroos are deer who've been to prison. Yeah. And yeah, they still have areas where people have to. If you're in the bush, as they say, if you're in the bush, you need to have arms to protect yourself. You see, you never know. Now that's a knife. Australia is committing suicide. Because here you go. One of these men was banned from Australia. Huh. Not this guy, but the guy on the right. That's right. The guy who was the tennis star who refused to take the COVID vaccine got banned. Banned from coming to Australia, ever. Mm-hmm. A pencil is a sufficient weapon. Shout out to John Vic. He killed 6 men with a pencil. With a pencil! Hello, everyone. In Canada, you are hunting rifles, no handguns. Yes. I think same thing in Australia. It's amazing how all these shootings keep happening in gun-free zones. It's fascinating, really. It's fascinating. Hello, everyone. In Canada, you are allowed hunting rifles, no handguns. Are you repeating yourself, or are you just trying to make a point? Huh. You're concerned about the Jewish people, but then you import people who want to kill them. It's a dichotomy of, evil of men. And they blocked Kanye from Australia too for his H8 song. Here is the hero in Australia. I think I have it. I'll pull it up in a second. I have more stuff on this, but I might have it already. So we'll see. We'll see. Let me get going with my links that I got here though. So it says a survivor of the October 7th terrorist attack in Israel was injured in the Bondi Beach, Australia terror attack. He recently moved to Australia and told News 18 he never expected to face something like this there. I watched Rebel News coverage overnight since sinuses kept me up. Avi had a woman who had her friend shot in front of her. Oh my God. Avi, oh man. Shalom. Police believe the terrorists also planted bombs around Bondi Beach before shooting up the Hanukkah celebration and killing 12 people. Stop importing terrorists.
It's way too early to give any description of the firearms other than to say that they were long arms. Where they came from, their background, how they came to be in possession of the offenders, it's too early to say. As part of the investigation and shortly after the shooting occurred, police located a vehicle in Campbell Parade at Bondi, which we believe has several improvised explosive devices. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that.
What is the latest?
Wow. The law forbids to shoot a terrorist, I guess. Well, the one guy that got the gun, he didn't shoot the guy. I don't know why. Stephanie says something happened at one of Rob Reiner's homes. Rob Reiner and his wife were found murdered. We covered it. That was the first story of the night. Unfortunately, Meathead and his wife are dead. Stabbed to death, it appears. Murdered. No reports yet on who exactly the suspects are, if there's a suspect or suspects. But we already did a moment of silence and everything for Rob. I wish I would have traveled more in the 80s and 90s. I have zero desire to leave the U.S. these days. Only law-abiding people should care about gun laws. Oh, only law-abiding people care about gun laws, yes. One trick pony. He had to send his brother to check her. She was having a panic attack and breakdown on air. Oh. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Yes. It's confirmed. It's Rob and his wife. It was confirmed. Yeah, prayers for all. No problem. No travel, not the right time. Yeah. It was confirmed 25 minutes ago. It was confirmed as Rob and his wife. Bondi Beach shooters reportedly are terrorists who kill Jews celebrating Hanukkah. Diversity is our strength. Oh, that's right. Rob supported Trump. That's why he's dead. Yes, he just came out yesterday and said he was a big Trump supporter and he was backed everything. Oh, no. 2 shooters in Australia were reportedly terrorists who attacked Jews at Bondi Beach celebrating Hanukkah. Yes, it is. It's tragic. It really is. Don't want to, especially, I mean, I don't want anyone murdered like that at all. No one murdered. The events at Bondi Beach are an absolute atrocity, a horror for victims, and a massive escalation of the hatred directed at Australia's Jewish community. There should be no place in Australia for the kind of evil we've seen this evening. Thank God one bystander heroically intervened. Bondi Beach has always been the most beautiful paradises on earth. People has a report that it was the sun. There is strength only in unity. Yes. Yes. I know he did have a son that was struggling with drugs and stuff. As a Canadian who narrowly survived Trudeau, my eye twitches at diversity is our strength. Gundam Zig has a report. Okay. From People. From People magazine. Rob Reiner and his wife were killed by their son, exclusive sources. Oh, man. So Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were killed by their son, exclusive sources. First responders were called to the home at 3:30 p.m. They were killed by their son, Nick, multiple sources confirmed. They were called to the home for medical aid. Upon arrival, they found a man and a woman. He's a director-producer. He first became famous on the Norman Lear TV sitcom All in the Family. Rob met her on his wife when he was making he was married to Penny Marshall, who died in 2008. Oh my God, Penny Marshall died in 2018. Wow. 2016 interview with People. Nick spoke about his years-long struggle with drug addiction, which began in his early teens, eventually led him to living on the streets. He said he cycled in and out of rehab beginning at 15, but his addiction escalated. He drifted further from home and spent significant stretches homeless in multiple states. Nick told People that the chaotic period of addiction, including nights and sometimes weeks sleeping outside, later became a basis for the semi-autobiographical film Being Charlie, which he co-wrote. Now I've been home for a really long time, and I've sort of gotten acclimated to being in LA and being around my family. I mean, you remember when Rob Reiner had hair? So Chuck Schumer said, I'll address the tragedy in Australia, but first, go Bills. Yeah, I saw that. What is wrong with people? Killed by the sun. They are releasing the guy they had arrested for the Brown News. Are you serious? They're releasing him? Bondi Beach, no pan involved. Yeah. Trojan horse, definitely. Sledge-O-Matic says he lived as he died with Norman Lear's hand up his Muppet hole. It's demonic, it is. It's a demonic world. Rob Reiner already started balding on All in the Family. Yeah, he did. He started balding on All in the Family. His son. That's what they say. That's what they're saying. Well, Bondi Beach is beautiful, man. I always wanted to go there. You did a search. You can't find anything about Reiner supporting Trump. Looks like it's been scrubbed from the news. All the searches say he hated Trump. Hey, what's up, Ed E. Dungarian? Or Ed Ungarian or E. Dungarian, whatever it was. Hope chat is all well. I mean, go Bills. Fuck Schumer. Yeah, I was Sunshine. I was being facetious. He did not support Trump. He hated Trump's guts. He actually said if Trump won re-election, he was going to set himself on fire. So, yeah, Reiner did not support Trump. That was a poorly timed joke on my part, I guess. They had a lifeguard reality show in Australia about Bondi Beach. It was cool. Yeah. Sources say cranky. Cranky. Wasn't that the beach at the end of the original Point Break that they went to, and that they were waiting for some kind of super swell storm to come, and Keanu arrested him on the beach? Just heard Reiner and his wife were stabbed to death. Very sad to hear. Yes, very sad. People magazine is reporting that it was the sun. Bondi Beach was nuts too. Yeah, they're saying it was the sun. I love Bondi Vet. An Australian nutter shared after the shooting that we should work together. 10 dead. Once this MP shared his suicidal empathy. So can't believe what I just watched. We have a Labor MP saying the following: we should try to detoxify the way we think of people who aren't like us because diversity is our strength. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, that was real strength and diversity out there. Okay, that's what I thought. Your sarcasm eluded me. I'm sorry, but the best Australian movie is and always will be BMX Bandits. Well, Rob Reiner stabbed to death. Yes, Rob Reiner stabbed to death. Sorry, I was thinking of Rob Schneider. Oh. You think these morons misread the sleeper cell instructions? They were supposed to go after Pam Bondi? Maybe. That's possible, Charles. That's possible. That's not true. Okay, about BMX Bandits, Philip Coggins. I will tell you right now that there's two better Australian films. One of them was called Romper Stomper with our good friend, and also the original Mad Max. You know, Road Warrior also was Australian, what was made here, but yeah, love Romper Stomper. Yeah. Romper Stomper is good. Yes, it is. It's really good. Crocodile Dundee, nah. Romper Stomper, man. Romper Stomper. If you haven't seen Romper Stomper, is good. Nick Reiner, substance abuser, the son, that's sad, killed by your own kid. It is. Yes, Mad Max. The original Mad Max. I am the Knight Rider. We have to detoxify our way, I think. Oh my God, what is wrong with these people?
We don't want to speculate on what the factors are that have contributed to this awful tragedy that seems to be
awful tragedy
of a huge scale. You know, the fact that we know that 10 people have lost their lives today is utterly horrendous, and you know, my heart breaks for those people and their families and for the communities affected across the world. I think it's important to note that the escalation of this narrative of who we're against and how much we want to divide each other and how much we want to attack each other, that is really at the core of a lot of the problems that we have in the country at the moment. And I firmly believe that people are good and that given the opportunity, they will look out for each other. And I just want to say that as much as possible, we should try and detoxify the way that we think of people who aren't like us, because our diversity in this country is our strength. And I firmly am on the side of working together and celebrating our difference, because you know, I was a community organizer a long time ago.
Oh, community organizer, just like Obama. Isn't that great?
Strongest campaigns that we ever worked on were about bringing people of different faiths and different worldviews and different backgrounds together to find what we had in common. And at times like this, it makes me think of, you know, what happened with Jo Cox and her speech and that mantra that she had about more in common. We have more in common than that divides us, and that is the most
61 dead in Vegas.
true statement we can think of at very difficult, testing and anxiety-inducing times. And you know, I wish the best for everybody watching who is feeling anxious, and I hope we do get some formal news soon.
Wow, good for you. Senator Fetterman shared this. After years of anti-Israel protests in Australia, at least 11 Jews were just gunned down at a Hanukkah event. Tree of Life to 10/7 to Bondi Beach. Anti-Semitism is rising. It's a deadly global scourge. I stand with the grieved with Israel and the Jewish global community. At least 11 killed at a Jewish community is targeted in a Sydney attack. Tommy Robinson said this was all supported by Islamic scripture. Everything that's happened in Bondi Beach is supported by the Islamic scripture. Those two barbarisms were following an instruction manual. The hour will not be established until you fight with the Jews, and the stone behind which a Jew will be hiding will say, "O Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me, so kill him." Wow. Sahih al-Bukhari, 2926, Book 56, Hadith 139, Article 7 of the 1988 Hamas Charter. Reports are now that there may be 12 killed today in Bondi. All right. We're going to jump back to this because SB Farmer shelled this. Hear me out. BMX Bandits had an 18-year-old Nicole Kidman, chef's kiss. Too soon, Honey Bunny MP, you senseless cow, yes. Yeah, the Vegas shooting was horrible. Yeah. See how that worked for you? Yeah. How do you celebrate differences? Yeah. Check my chat above this one. Short version, dude was speaking, rambling a lot. What do you mean? What? I don't see it. What are you talking about? When you said they were both stabbed, I was wondering if he has a drug addict, kids both stabbed. That's a deeply personal type of attack. Takes a lot of hate and rage. So sad. He was a fluffy, bald teddy bear. Yeah. I heard one of the politicians say today that they're going to shoot for more restrictive gun laws. He doesn't think they even need both action rifles and or shotguns. Yeah, probably. Probably take everything away. Happened to drive down to the strip past that concert an hour before the shooting happened. Right about the time I got back, my parents' house, the news broke. It was surreal. How come we already know more about this shooting than the Vegas one? Never liked Meathead, but nobody deserves that. Australia's Prime Minister proposes tougher gun laws. Of course he does. Of course he does. Of course he does. This is horrific. It appears Rob Reiner's wife had been found murdered in their home. Homicide detectives are investigating the death of 2 individuals who passed the age, but it's been confirmed that it was them. Why does Brentwood sound familiar? That's where Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman were. Their heads were chopped off. Something evil about a son killing their mom and dad. Yes, there is. As of now, no official statement has been made. The LAPD is expected to address the situation soon. Neither Reiner nor his team has addressed the situation of the reports. But here's Rob Reiner right here. He's going to talk about it.
I'm Rob Reiner, and America, we've got a problem. We've been attacked by a foreign enemy power, and our president refuses to defend us. Donald Trump is meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin one-on-one in a closed-door meeting with no aides present and no record of what will be said. Putin's government attacked our democracy by interfering in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump become president. That is not in dispute. It has been verified by all U.S. intelligence agencies, the Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee, and the U.S. Justice Department. Trump and his campaign's conspiracy with Russia is the subject of a federal investigation. And yet Donald Trump refuses to meet with Robert Mueller, the prosecutor leading that investigation. Trump said he'd meet with anyone. He told us, "I'll speak to anybody." But now he's backing out. If he has nothing to hide, why won't he sit down and answer Mueller's questions? What's he afraid of? In light of his meeting with Putin, it's more imperative than ever that we get that truth. Join me in demanding that Trump meet with Mueller and answer his questions.
Wow. Meet with Mueller and answer his questions. We've been attacked by a foreign power, and all our allied intelligence conspire with the DNC to undermine the will of the American people. Yeah. I'm suddenly losing my sympathy. Holy cow, he was a retard. Hey, just found out this freako had bodies in the closet. How old is this? This is from a couple of years ago. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Used to live in Brentwood. One of the guys at the update at Brown press briefing was rambling. Short version, POI did not fit after all and thus released. Oh, my God. Okay. It says Trump has a Vegas shooting during separated by multiple years, one in both of his terms. There was a Vegas shooting? When was there a Vegas shooting? What are you talking about? Don't let Trump steal the election. Demand voter ID. Yeah. Hail Trump and Putin. Didn't age well, not at all. Trump, 2 separate terms, both have Vegas shooting. When was there a Vegas shooting? There was a Vegas shooting today? Rumble rant. Hey, okay, here we go. Decimal threat says the. Make sure I didn't miss any. There it is. Rumble rant. The big insult is hearing platitudes like diversity is our strength. They're trying to divide us. It would be a wake-up call to everyone if the media weren't complicit. Thank you, Decimal Threat. And with that, we are now $5 closer. That puts us now $69 away from a first additional hour and just $19 away from Bellavision. What do you know? 19 away from Bellavision. Mueller is probably dead like many others, maybe. There was that truck that blew up on Inauguration Day. Oh, okay. Sorry, you must have misheard. No, there was a shooting at Bondi Beach and at Brown University. I don't know if there was one. If there could have been one. I don't know. All right. So this is Rabbi Eli Schlanger was murdered in the Sydney Hanukkah shooting. He was a Chabad emissary who was murdered in a shooting in Sydney. At least 10 other people were killed and dozens injured at the Hanukkah celebration. Diversity never gets you unity. There was a road rage shooting where an idiot killed an 11-year-old in the backseat of a stepfather's car. Most recent thing in Vegas. Yeah, I saw that, and he like admitted to it and everything. I don't see anything about Vegas. There's so many people that are not watching anymore, especially De Niro. Yeah, I won't watch anything with De Niro. I mean, I'll still kind of, if it comes on, I'll watch some of the older stuff, but I won't watch any of the new stuff from De Niro at all. So yeah, so this guy was killed, and then and this is the guy Arsen Ostrovsky among the injured. These bastards will not win, he says. A social media personality and chairman of the Jewish Council of Israel, Australia, was injured at the Bondi terrorist attack.
Confronting.
So we're just looking at the Jewish leaders over here.
Wait, what? What happened? I was supposed to make it
Confronting.
full screen. Why is it full screen? I guess it won't full screen.
Confronting.
So we're just looking at the Jewish leaders over here hugging each other. I mean, what else can you do?
Not a lot you can do right now. Right now, everyone's got to help, everyone's got to hug, everyone's got to embrace. This is it was a bloodbath. It was an absolute massacre.
Tell me what happened.
I was here with my family. It was a Hanukkah celebration. There were hundreds of people. There were children. There were elderly families enjoying themselves. Children, kids, at a festival, playing, and then all of a sudden it's absolute chaos. There's guns. Fire everywhere, people ducking. It was absolute chaos. We didn't know what was happening, where the gunfire was coming from. I saw blood gushing in front of me. I saw people hit, saw people fall to the ground. My only concern was, where are my kids? Where are my kids? Where's my wife? Where's my family? I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years. We came here only 2 weeks ago to work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here. You know, we've lived through worse. We're going to get through this, and we're going to get the bastards that did this.
Tell me, did you see the gunman?
I did. I saw at least one gunman firing. Looked like a shotgun, firing randomly in all directions. I saw children falling to the floor. So elderly. I saw invalids. I saw. People just, it was an absolute bloodbath, blood gushing everywhere. October 7th, that's the last time I saw this. I never thought I would see this in Australia, not in my lifetime.
On Bondi Beach?
On Bondi Beach, of all places, this iconic place.
Your children, your wife?
My children, my wife is safe, thank God. They're okay. They managed to get away, but I didn't know. I didn't know where they were, and that's nothing. There's no greater fear, no greater horror not knowing where your family is. They're okay. They'll be okay.
You're a legend. Thank you. And you don't know how you got shot or hurt?
I got hit in the head. I'm bleeding.
You lost a lot of blood.
I've lost blood. There are people around me that are far worse. I'll be okay. We'll be okay as a community, and we will defeat these ravages hatred.
Wow. Interesting. So he's a social media personality. So he's been involved in. Rodney Latman says 2 found dead at the address connected to Rob Reiner. It was Rob Reiner and his wife. They were found stabbed to death. We covered it. This is the first story we covered tonight. Him and his wife found murdered. According to People magazine, the son is the most likely culprit. The son with the drug problem. Nicole says there was a shooting December 9th in Vegas. Was it a mass shooting or just a shooting like something? Muslims are digging their own grave. Decimal Threat says, YouTube wouldn't let me say that without multiple edit attempts. My statement became something entirely neutered, and they still wanted to charge me for it after that. That's horrible. I hate that. How does this guy look like this and not end up in the hospital? Well, head wounds, even a superficial, like a very superficial head wound can bleed a lot, like just because there's a lot of blood vessels on your head. So you crack your head pretty good, you could bleed like a lot. You could have blood pouring over your face. Yes, rest in peace, Meathead. What are the odds? Bondi had both a Holocaust survivor and an October 7th survivor. Crisis actor? I don't know. Easy Bob, sad. 20 minutes before an unarmed civilian stopped it. Pathetic. Yeah, it is. He's wearing a U.S. Marine shirt. Yes, but he's supposedly a British guy and Australian, so. I do declare a peaceful revolution Olympics is still logical destiny. Too much bad press on the Jews. Would not doubt a false flag. They got the people, though, and they're Pakistanis. Why is the bandage not bloody? That's a good question. Is that part of a PT uniform? I think it's just a shirt they sell. He probably bought it because it looks cool. Was he shot in the head and still conducting interviews? I don't know. I mean, they were using a shotgun and a bolt-action rifle, so it's possible he got hit with a couple pellets in the head. Maybe. We should force every Muslim member to form taqiyya, lie for the benefit of Islam, and say this was evil. Yeah, we should. They should have to do it. Of course, there is Pam Bondi. Coincidence? It's possible. Do you mean Meathead? Yes, Meathead is dead. Meathead is dead. So is Zed, by the way, also. Peter Green, I think his name was, from Pulp Fiction, other movies, also dead. He was found dead in his house in New York. They probably triggered him as not needing the hospital right away. Triaged him. Yes, probably. I'm with you on that with Tick Mike. Yes, Jovi. Heat from the brain. Yeah. I saw that too. Exile. Yes. Wow, thanks, Kimberly. Pro wrestlers love head lacerations, lots of blood, even with a shallow cut and minimal damage. Yeah. Are people thinking crisis actor? I don't know. I mean, he said he got hit in the head, not by a bullet. Okay, just wondering. We put dressings underneath. Okay, yeah, they probably put something, if he was triaged and stuff, they probably put something else under and then wrapped it to hold it on. His son murdered him and his wife. That's what the reporting is. Holocaust 2.0. Let us invade Iran. Oof. I don't know about that, man. That one. There's a big difference between birdshot and bugshot. Yeah, rest in pieces. That's sad. Thanks, Kimberly. There is this thing where the media only interviews certain people after these massacres. These people seem to have connections to other events. It's weird. It is strange. It is strange. I'll say it's strange. It's odd, not odd like ha ha, just odd like strange. Well, let's see where we're at. We've been going over an hour now, and we have how many likes do we have? I only see one. One like? How's that possible? 73 likes, 135 people watching. So that means there's 60 people who haven't hit like yet. Come on, people, hit the like button. Like the button and hit the subscribe. Drop the tribal identity. Yeah, not my tribe. Head is round, tough shape to bandage. Yeah. So he witnessed people being shot and collapsed to the ground. I saw blood, gunshots, and gushing in front of me. So maybe it was the blood from someone else? No, why would they bandage his head then? He said he saw one gunman firing what appeared to be a shotgun in multiple directions. And he added that he himself was injured in the head and was bleeding, but said others around him were more seriously hurt. So, yes, we saw that. So we got this. And then Mike Huckabee criticizes the Australian Prime Minister's response to Bondi Beach. What media source was that guy on? He was on some Australian news, Sky News or something. He calls Prime Minister's statement of the deadly Bondi Beach attack disgraceful for failing to mention the anti-Semitic motives in the murder of at least 12 people during the Hanukkah celebration. Hamburglar Helper says, I am black. I am legend. It's a disgraceful statement. Never mentioned that it was a jihadist attack on Jews on the first day of Hanukkah. Trump hails very brave hero in Australia who saved lives. Australian Jews, Bondi shooting feels tragically inevitable. Hey, what's up, J-Rock? Great to see you. Days after Hamas terrorist attacks Israel in 2023, some killing 2,300, sparking a war in Gaza. I think we read this already last night. 16 months and thousands of arsons, fire bombings, graffiti, and hate speech later, the head of the nation's main intelligence agency declared anti-Semitism was his number one priority in terms of threat to life. And this shooting is no doubt a problem. Something smells fishy to me, and it ain't the fish. I hope Good Logic isn't losing his mind. I saw him. He posted something about Meathead, but nothing about this that I saw. Hey, G Sharkman, what's up, man? Great to see you. How you? Awesome chat. Great to see you. All right. Oh. America has been goaded into attacking Iran for the last 40 years. I'm not suspicious for no reason. Well, America should have attacked Iran quite a few times and haven't. You know, when they took all those hostages, that should have been going in and getting them time. But we had too much of an idiot as president, old Peanut Head. And then, oh, look at this. Look at there, Frankie. Oh, geez, Charles. Wow, Charles activates Bellavision. That's what Charles does. Let's see who got those. First, let me fix Bella's camera. There's Bella chilling out. All right. And I'll fix the banner because that puts us at, that's 30 right there. So that puts us at $39 away. Right now, that puts us at $39 away from the first additional hour. And John Mosley received a gift of membership from Charles and Company. Saxon Rainey received a gift of membership from Charles and Company. So did Dominus Dank for Doxy Mom. And Brewholic also. And then we had another $10 super chat come in from J-Rock Law, J-Law. Let's fucking go, chat. It's December 14th. Wow, and thank you so much. And with that 10, now that puts us to $29 away from the first additional hour. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then we got another one here. Wow. Thank you. It's hard to tell what's more fucked up, the Shiites or the Sunnis, the Wahhabis. Yeah, you never know. Please inform and doesn't think it's possible. I'll let him know. No Bella targeting programs. No, I haven't been able to figure one out. I do not have Rob Reiner's murder on my 2025 Binger card. Rest in peace. Thank you for the 5, and I didn't either, man. That's a tough break. So now we are $24 away from the first additional hour of the show. Thank you all so much for being so generous. Looks like the duo may have been ultra Sunni. Yeah, Pakistanis are Sunnis. Iran will get their just desserts, and when they do, they'll wish it was America that did it. Probably. Pakistani, likely Sunni, yes. Muslim problem, still tribal. Neither. Let's just make it make sense. Thank you all so much for the wonderful gifts. Wonderful gifts. My neighbor died in a rescue attempt, helicopter crash. What? When? Tonight? Tomorrow is 1 year since Legal Vices, by the way. Oh my God. Jeff. What a loss Jeff was, man. He was such a good guy. He really was. Such a good guy, Jeff was. Amazing person. Really was. No, the Iran hostages. Oh, really? Your neighbor died in that Operation Eagle something or other, right? It was called. Yes. Prayers for Jeff, man, and for his son. So yeah. So the Jewish diaspora is small but deeply embedded in the wider community. Hey, Gail Christie for you says, hi, Jim and everyone in the chat. Did you know? Jim, do you have a mailing address only as a P.O. box? I'd like to send something to you, or do you have an email address I can email you? Thank you. I just have the P.O. box. I do have an email. If you want, my email is jimtellsyou@duck.com. jimtellsyou@duck.com. But there is also a P.O. box, which if you look on the Gail, if you look on the description on the YouTube page and everything, it's there, the email address, and an email address is there, and the PO box is there. I don't hate Persians. I don't hate Persians either. Theory is why Africa has no great nations because they're all tribalized and lack social cohesion. That's why they're importing the third world into the West to maintain control. It's possible. SP Farmer says, quick, play this. All right. You are welcome to try. Confiscate all guns. Possession is a life sentence. Buyback $5,000 per gun, not taxable. These guys does realize that some guns cost 20 grand, 50 grand, 100 grand. And this guy says, you're welcome to try. Yeah. Morgan Freeman. We're going to confiscate all guns. Yeah. This just says, World Israel News says, we need to fix Bellavision. Looks like she's birthing. Well, America wouldn't have casualties in Syria if we didn't support the overthrow of a Christian leader. Yeah, well, very low IQ. Photo of one of the shooters in Sydney, Naveed Akram, had taken 3 years ago when he was studying at Al Murad Islamic School, Pakistan, studying Ikhlas and Tajid, which are associated with the Salafi school. 2025 is a bad year. Not what I said, but okay. What do you mean? You said quick. Funny gun points, quick. What do you mean? I picked it up. Funny point, poignant. I don't. What do you mean? Bella pooped out a puppy. Yes. Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. What did I do wrong? That's what you put. That's the thing you shared, SB Farmer. Maybe it was New Zealand. 11 dead, 30 wounded at a shooting. A man is moved on a stretcher after a terrorist shooting at the Hanukkah event in Bondi Beach, Sydney. This is a child among the 15 killed by gunmen at the attack on that Jewish holiday event in Bondi. Christianity unites societies. That's why they hate us. When you respond to leftist rage bait accounts like Morgan J. Freeman, you become their USAID, starve their grift. I didn't respond. That was someone else. I just was showing it. They think knives shouldn't be pointed now in the UK. Yeah. So here's let's see.
11 people have been killed on Sydney's Bondi Beach after 2 gunmen opened fire at a Jewish event celebrating Hanukkah. 29 people were wounded, 2 of them police officers. After a shootout with police, one of the gunmen was fatally shot. The other was arrested. On the beach there were scenes of chaos. Witnesses to the attack hid and fled as shots rang out.
Seen the guy jump out of the car with the gun and he was just shooting down the thing, and then I started filming on my phone. He just kept shooting, and then he turned around and he shot right in my direction, and then I dropped my camera and then sped off. Yeah.
Australian authorities have declared it a terrorist attack.
This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith, an act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of our nation.
Police have said they are working to identify everyone involved in the attack, and that following the attack, an explosive device was found in a suspect's car.
As part of the investigation and shortly after the shooting occurred, police located a vehicle in Campbell Parade at Bondi, which we believe has several improvised explosive devices. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that.
Shooting deaths in Australia are extremely rare. Following a 1996 massacre in Tasmania, the government was prompted to drastically tighten gun laws.
Yeah, they confiscated everybody's guns. That's what they did. So a child among 15 killed. 2 gunmen opened fire at a Hanukkah celebration, killing 15 people, including a child. An act of anti-Semitic terror. Dang, Billy Crystal identified them. Well, that's what they were reporting, that Billy Crystal came out crying. The massacre at one of Australia's most popular beaches followed a wave of anti-Semitic attacks that have roiled the country over the past year. See, that's the thing. They should stop letting these people do this stuff. You let it keep going. Muslims and Marxists are a perfect match on Grindr. One gunman, a 50-year-old man, was fatally shot. The other shooter, his son, 24, was wounded and is being treated at hospital. Who knows? More attacks to people, more people wake up. Maybe. Or people will blame it on, oh man, maybe we should do this and do that. It's all our fault. It'll be like, Tim Waltz. Tim Waltz will say it's the white man's fault. That's what Tim Waltz will say. This is the white man's fault. That's what Tim Waltz will say. That's what Tim Waltz would say. What would Tim Waltz say? He would say it's the white man's fault. The white man's fault. That's what Tim Waltz would say. What would Brian Boitano do? Billy Crystal. Yeah, Billy Crystal, the comedian actor, was very good, like close friends with them. So and I think he lived like 2 doors down. So they got him to go crap. Go identify the bodies. The goal is to spread their Satanism. I appreciate the South Park reference. Well, I try. I do my best. Those killed were between 10 and 87. At least 38 others were injured. It's an act of pure evil. Well, it was. It's forever tarnished by what occurred. A thorough investigation. The shooting targeted a Jewish celebration. The violence erupted at the end of summer day when thousands had flocked to Bondi Beach, including hundreds gathered for the Hanukkah by the Sea event celebrating the start of the 8-day Hanukkah festival. Chabad, an Orthodox Jewish movement that runs outreach worldwide and sponsors events during major Jewish holidays, identified one of the dead as Rabbi Eli Schlanger, assistant rabbi at the Chabad of Bondi, the organizer of the event. There's a Chabad right by me. One clip on Australia television showed a man appearing to tackle and disarm a gunman before pointing the weapon at him and then setting the gun on the ground. They could go home and fight, but they are scum. Yes. Mins called the man identified as relatives media as a fruit shop owner, Almad El Almed, a genuine hero. We had McCarthy, but he was betrayed. Investigation, they aren't going to do anything but push for digital IDs to prevent future massacres. That's probably what they're going to do anyway. Probably what they're going to do. This is CNN just says gunman targeted Australia's Jewish community in a deadly mass shooting. Here's what we know. And then GB News out of Britain says, brave moment, hero disarms gunman after Hanukkah shooting on Bondi Beach. Ad blocker. Please disable your ad blocker. Oh, fuck off. I ain't disabling it. So we got a brave man who tackled people. Fox News says Australian terror attack, 16 dead, including gunmen. Oh, well, they added the gunmen in there. Okay. Father-son duo opens fire on a Jewish community.
So we're going to listen in to the very latest from Sky News in Australia right now.
This man sneaks up on one of the gunmen and wrestles the firearm away.
It's the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. A man walking up to a gunman who had fired on the community and single-handedly disarming him. That man is a genuine hero.
Disarmed, the man retreats back to the walkway where the second gunman continues to fire.
Yeah, he, for some reason, it was very brave, but he let him go and continues to kill people. He didn't shoot him. He should have shot him, at least, or held him and not let him leave. He should have said, if you try to leave, I'm going to shoot you or something. But I don't know. Did he not shoot him because he's also a Muslim? And he knew he was Muslim? And he was just like, most Muslims don't realize they're slaves. All the holy sites are controlled by outsiders. It's wild. It is. A lot of news are not including the dead asshat in the count to not dishonor the victims. Well, that's what agree. Hey, what's up, Reese? You know, like, why did he not shoot the guy? He just set the gun down and let him leave, and then just watched him go back and start shooting other people. It is strange. It's odd. Hold on. I had to do something. No shells left? I don't know. Well, the guy had a bag. Bella moved. All right, I'll fix Bella. Hold on. Hold on. I'll fix Bella. I got it. I got it. We have the technology. We have the technology. We can fix this. Bella, flip over. Okay. He would have been well within his place to turning the tables. Well, yeah, he should have like shot him in the leg. They would have jailed him if it happens in America to homeowner. They would have jailed him if it happens to American homeowners. They probably would have jailed him. You know what? Yeah. I think an interview with relatives said he had no clue about the guns. I don't know. Australia. Guardia to Inky's presence at Jewish event following the Bondi Beach shooting. Put hydraulics in Bella's bed. I got to do something. Definitely would have gotten Rittenhouse treatment. Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, Australia disarmed their citizens, and then the police who are supposed to protect them cower in fear as a terrorist slaughtered 15 defenseless people at a Hanukkah celebration. 4 Muslim mass shootings in the last 24 hours if you're paying attention to the world news. Yeah, I know. He was a Pakistani fruit seller who had never held a gun before. He did better than the female cop hiding behind a car. Well, we're going to get there. Eyewitness to the shooting in Australia says a terrorist was firing 20 minutes while cops were frozen in place. Oh, what do you know?
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes, there was 2 shooters. One on the bridge, one under the bridge. And just started to shoot. For 20 minutes, they shoot, change magazine and just shoot. Simple as that. 20 minutes was 4 policemen there. Nobody gave fire back. Nothing. Like they are froze. Like for it looked like 20 minutes. Like and they shoot. The guy changed magazine. I look at him all the time. I was 2 of my babies under me, and I look at that, and it's just rifle and a pistol, and just shoot. And the other one was under. They start to come close to the audience. I think one of the people took his rifle and shoot him. That's one of them. That's what I saw. I didn't know how much I saw, but
Who were they targeting?
oh, all the crowd, anyone, Jewish, just shoot. Doesn't matter who. Men, all kids, everyone was no.
Did they say anything?
I couldn't hear. Like the shooting was so loud, we couldn't hear if they said. I was too far. Like he was on the bridge, I was near the tent. So, but I saw. I look at him. I look what he shot. I look at his rifle. He aimed. He did. He really like take his time. He should take his time. And 4 policemen there didn't give fire back. I don't understand why. Why?
What was going through your mind?
I think like I'm Israeli, like I'm familiar with this situation, but like it's terrible in the middle of Bondi. It's terrible.
What was tonight supposed to be about?
Hanukkah events, Jewish Hanukkah events. Like we do it every year. Sunday, first day of Hanukkah, we do it here. For me, it's not. I'm get used to that, but.
What is this?
Like try to kill us, like this, like terrorism, like try to kill Jews. Doesn't matter who you are, what you are. You kill a Jew. That's it. And it's time to people in Australia to start to understand we are not a target. We are civilian like you. We do the same thing. There is no reason that we feel not safe here in our country. This is our country. This is how we live, where we live. We need to feel safe.
Is your family safe? Is your family okay?
I come with 6 kids, and thanks God, yes, everybody's safe.
Okay, and what did you see? The people who, what did you see anyone injured? Did you
I see 6 people dead and 6 people injured. 6 or 7 people injured.
What words come to mind? How do you describe this moment?
I was a soldier, so I just checked that my kid is okay, that everybody around me is okay. Call medical people for the injured, and that's what I can do, to collect my kids and run away to the car.
You were a soldier in Israel?
Yeah.
Did you ever expect a war zone at Bondi Beach?
But I know it's come one day. I know it's come one day. I saw many incidents. I know it's come one day, but not that level. No, I thought one gun car, one shoot, one bullet, not 20 minutes.
What's your name, please?
My name is Shmulik.
Could you spell it for me, please?
Shmulik.
Oh, Shmuley.
Scuri. Scuri.
Shmuley.
Thank you so much.
Shmuley. Rabbi Shmuley. Gun-free zones are actually only bad guys have gun zones. And the Quartering posted this. While unarmed citizens were mowed down, here is a third cop on the scene hiding. 2 women froze with hands up and this coward hiding. 3 cops. 3 of the 4 cops on scene, folks. Yeah, here's a cop hiding behind a car. And I saw, I don't know where it was, but there was a picture of women going like this. Stop, don't shoot me. And they got shot. I didn't know that cops didn't have guns in Australia. When does it say that 4 cops near them did nothing during the attack? Yeah, it's this guy. Australian police hide from the shooters. This is why we need guns. Here it is. Yeah. Look. Can someone explain how police were able to drive by the shooters 5 minutes before actually engaging them? Australian police add Ford Ranger pickups to the fleet. Look at this. Wow. Here's the photo. Look. Stop. What are you doing? No. I'm just here to yell at people for drinking on the beach. I'm just here to yell at people for drinking on the beach. The cop is helping reload the mags for the terrorists. Oh. Frankists. Yes. How many have dual citizenship? Or many have dual citizenship. I don't agree with dual citizenship, me neither. All right, Mark, I don't want to start an argument with you, but the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, how did Gaza go from 2 million residents to 5 million residents if there's an ethnic cleansing? That's all. It doesn't seem like it would make sense that in 20 years they more than doubled the population if there was an ethnic cleansing going on. That's all. Yeah, Gaza's how close to Australia? It's right there. Yeah, seriously, Gaza? Yeah. He was shooting at the pagers. Okay, yeah, maybe that's it. That's it. Aussie cops are not allowed to park in anywhere. They have to follow the traffic rules too. Yeah. Look what's happening now in Gaza, Jim. What I'll say about what's happening now in Gaza is, I don't know. I mean, I don't believe a lot of the stuff that comes out. There's a whole media establishment that puts out fake shit out of Gaza to get people in America and other around the world to just go, oh my God, stop. And it's the same shit that we get when the same reports we get about, oh my God, look at the picture of the poor young boy that was killed by the bad policeman. And it's like, wait, that picture's 10 years old. And that's not what he looked like when he was beating the guy's head against the ground. I don't believe shit until I see it. And I got to see it with my own eyes. That's all. Yeah. Like Half-Hour says, don't care about the Hamas propaganda. A lot of it's propaganda. And there's propaganda on both sides. Don't get me wrong. All right? Like, I have questions about why on October 7th it took so long for them to do anything. I have questions about why they disarmed all the people in those areas that are living in those kibbutzes why they took their guns away and they couldn't have them with them. They had to, go get guns to defend themselves. It seems weird. They've killed many thousands, but hey, never mind. That's what a war is. When they got attacked by I don't want to get this into like a Hamas, Israel, Palestine fucking thing, all right? But the bottom line is, Hamas was the government of Gaza. They attacked Israel, killed 1,200 people or whatever, and then they got attacked back. Just like, how many people did we kill in Afghanistan and Iraq? America. A lot. Some say 1 million. I don't know. How many people, how many civilians were killed in World War II? How many civilians were killed in Vietnam? How many civilians were killed in Falklands War? How many, I mean, name the war. It's a war, you know. And if they wanted to kill everyone in Gaza, they could have. They've dropped notes to tell people to get out of the houses before they bomb them, you know. In Iraq, millions died, yeah. They say over 1 million people died in Iraq from starvation and other stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Kimberly says, you're right. Palestine killed thousands of Jews. They did. See, I don't. Israel does not have the U.S. by the. How could Israel have the U.S. by the short and curlies? I mean, come on. The U.S.'s budget in the economy is way beyond Israel's money and for control. I mean, there are politicians that I will grant you, there are a bunch of politicians that have loyalty to Israel because of their faith, which I don't agree with. That shouldn't happen. You're either if you're an American politician, you should be for America first. What do I believe about 9/11? I think a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff about 9/11, it doesn't make sense. All right, it doesn't make sense. Now, I saw with my eyes a plane hit that building. I saw the plane hit the building live on TV at the time, so I saw that. Now, the way the building came down doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You know, we are still giving the Taliban $40 million per week. Congress is insane. Yeah. So, let me. There's a couple things somebody sent me. One of my good friends sent me some stuff here, and I want to pull it up. You know, because here we have at least Piers Morgan is fine, but he says at least I have my curry. You know, he's fine with this. At least I have my curry. He doesn't mind as long as he gets his curry. And then and there's this. Piers Morgan has blocked you. He must be doing something right. Yeah. And then. Breaking, just hours after the Islamic attack in Australia, pro-Islamic agitators have taken to the streets of Amsterdam, emboldened. They aren't going to back down. Each attack vindicates them. This cancer must be destroyed. And then there was another thing happened in Germany, which I'm going to try to find. Germany closing Christmas markets because the security is too expensive while spending $30 billion on illegals who are a security threat pretty much sums up Western Europe. Yeah. Make it make sense. Authorities in Rhode Island keep saying people are safe, yet they just released the only person of interest. Yeah. There was another thing. I don't know what happened to it. Does anybody know where the gunman carried out an anti-Semitic drive-by shooting at a Jewish home in Redlands, California? Does anyone have the report on what happened in Germany? Or did someone already give that to me? Need more heroes like this guy rushes a gun and takes his gun away. Yeah, we saw that, but then he doesn't do anything, and then the guy goes on to kill other people. So I'm confused. Are they celebrating who they killed in Australia because treating it as a protest? I don't know. There's some weird stuff. There's something happened in Germany. Sell opium to the infidels, buy guns. Yeah. There's something happened in Germany. They stopped an attack, or there was an attempted attack. Something about 5 thwarted. Yeah, there was an attack. There was supposed to be an attack on a Christmas, like a German Christmas celebration or something. See, now this guy's running. He's going to go and get with the other guy and continue to shoot. All right, Gundam's got it. Cool. Thank you, Gundam. You guys are the greatest, man. Otherwise, I got to sit here and look for it. But you guys are the greatest. All right. Yeah. 5 arrested over plot to attack German Christmas market. Sorry. I've been to those German Christmas markets. They're super packed and beautiful in the old German towns. You got a better one? Human Events? All right. Okay. Oh, what's this? 5 arrested, including Egyptian imam, in alleged German Christmas market vehicle attack. Father and son did the Bondi shooting. That's right, KPT. Good on him for acting, getting advantage and letting him go. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, like, he was also a Pakistani Muslim, so did he let him go because he was a Muslim also and he felt he couldn't shoot a Muslim? Was that why? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. The son saw him taken by the bystanders, didn't take him down. It's weird. I don't know. I don't trust anything, because you got Takia, you got the Nakid, or whatever it's called, Nakid, all that stuff. German authorities have arrested 5 men suspected of planning a vehicle attack targeting a Christmas market in Bavaria. Officials confirmed Friday as security services remain on heightened alert ahead of the holiday season. Prosecutors say the suspects include 3 Moroccan nationals, an Egyptian, and a Syrian man. Investigators believe the group was motivated by Islamic ideology and had discussed using a vehicle to strike civilians at the crowded market in southern Germany. You'd think the son was shooting at the hero, and that's why he let the dad go? Oh, maybe. I don't know. According to prosecutors, the alleged ringleader is a 56-year-old Egyptian national accused of calling for a vehicle attack with the aim of killing or injuring as many people as possible. Germany has suffered enough inhuman treatment after World War II. The boot heel is still grinding them, though. It is. Maybe we'll see Ahmed El Ahmed run for Australian Congress. Yeah, maybe it was all a setup to make him a hero so that he could take over the government. And really, I don't know. Trust the media and government. What could go wrong? Yeah, I don't trust them. Yes. We all have our own truths and see the world a different way. That doesn't mean we need to call names or be rude. That's right. Everyone be nice. Sounds like a thing. Could be. Oh, report the guy who grabbed the gun was hit twice, arm and a hand. Okay. Authorities said the 3 Moroccan men agreed to carry out the attack while the Syrian suspect is accused of encouraging the others to follow through. A German newspaper Bild reported the Egyptian suspect served as an imam at a local mosque in the region. Authorities have not publicly confirmed that detail. Police said the Moroccan suspects, aged 30, 28, and 22, were arrested on suspicion of agreeing to commit murder. The Syrian man faces accusations of incitement. All 5 suspects appeared before a magistrate on Saturday and remain in custody. Oh, I'm surprised they didn't let him go. They don't want to be Islamophobic, so they should let him go. Officials have not disclosed when the attack was planned to occur and which specific Christmas market was the target. However, investigators said they believe the intended location was the Dingolfing Lande district northeast of Munich. Bavarian Interior Ministry Joachim Herrmann praised local law enforcement efforts in comments to Bild, saying the excellent cooperation between our security services helped prevent a potential Islamic-motivated attack. Islam is a 632 AD religion. It is moronic to think they can shoot in one country and claim they are peaceful in another country. They need to figure out who they want to be, jihad or peace. They will be out after Christmas. Germany has remained on high alert following a series of Islamic attacks targeting Christmas markets, including a deadly incident in Magdeburg last December that left 6 people dead. Security measures at the public events have been steadily increased over the years, especially after a 2016 attack in Berlin when a man drove a truck into a Christmas market crowd, killing 12 people. Okay, so that's that. I'm trying to move it along, get away from this stuff. So the guy it's a Syrian-Australian man who grabbed him. Praise for the Syrian-Australian man who tackled the shooter. It's weird that the Pakis conducted an attack on the Hebes on an island continent. Well, oh, he was shot. It says a still video was taken of shooting following Al-Mehmet after he was shot. Praise has flowed for the Syrian-Australian businessman who tackled the Bondi Beach gunman during the rampage. Ahmed El Ahmed, a 43-year-old fruit shop owner from Idlib in northern Syria, was shot twice while confronting the attacker, but managed to grab the shotgun off of him and aimed it at the shooter as he retreated. Video showed Ahmed ducking behind a car before jumping at the gunman, grabbing him in a headlock from behind. According to local media, Ahmed had no firearms experience and placed a gun against a tree after driving the shooter away. He was later taken to hospital. He's in hospital, and we do not know exactly what's going on inside, his cousin Mustafa told 7 News. We hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. A range of other figures also came forward to praise Ahmed, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who called him the pinnacle of Jewish heroism. Why did he let the shooter rearm? He was shot. A family spoke to the media because the hero was in the hospital. He was shot, maybe. And if he doesn't, maybe he didn't even know. Maybe the guy didn't know how the guns even worked. Yes. Mustafa, of course. The man who disarmed one of the Sydney attackers has been identified as 43-year-old Ahmed Al Ahmed. Ahmed, who has been hailed as a hero, was shot 2 times. He's expected to be okay. It's not that weird. Seems kind of normal. Charles says the video didn't look like he got shot, and for a gun novice, he held his shotgun correctly. Mustafa will be his campaign manager. Maybe.
Still, he's in the hospital, and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor, he's very okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed because he's still inside, and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him. But they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting to see him.
Well, there you go, some first-hand accounts. So that man was called Mustafa. He's the cousin of the man in the white shirt there who tackled one of the gunmen and then turned his own weapon on him to keep him on the ground for a brief few seconds and forced him to scamper off. This man has saved lives. Let's not make any mistake about this. He disarmed one of the gunmen, as you can see there, who was firing in another direction. Look at him. He's come up behind him, grabbed him round the neck, used all of his weight as best as possible, tried to get him to the ground, but he's taken his weapon off him and turned it back on the gunman. Now, the hero, confirmed by Mustafa, is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, 43-year-old, married father of two. He owns a fruit shop in Sutherland, in Sydney Shire. No experience with guns, his cousin told us, was just walking past, and as a result, he's copped 2 bullets in the arm from one of the other gunmen who has perched up at a high position on one of the concrete bridges down there at the beach. Mustafa's saying he'll think he'll be okay. He's having surgery in the next 2 hours. There's poor Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who's paid the price for his heroism. But
I think he was shot after, because I didn't see him favoring that arm or shoulder at all when he was handling the gun. So maybe the son started shooting at him and shot him, and then he dropped the gun or whatever. But I think he was shot afterwards. Maybe after he disarmed him, he got shot. Maybe he pulled the trigger. It went click, no boom. Tried to charging handle. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? You know. Common tongue other than Ahmed nomenclature. It's Ahmed. Little known fact about Bondi, there's literally a police station a quarter mile from the shooting took place, verified on the map that the shooting went on for at least 10 minutes. Yeah, when Ahmed and his buddy was behind the tree, they got up and his buddy walked away and got shot in the back. Afterwards, I think. I need to watch the entire video. Why so many edits? I don't know. Rob Reiner and his wife were murdered, yes. It's the beginning of was the first story we covered tonight. Meathead is dead. Rest in peace, Meathead. He went to hang out with Archie and have a beer at, what was the name of the bar? What was the name of the bar on All in the Family? They used to go to hang out with the guy at the bar. What's the bar's place? Name of the bar. What's this beautiful cat says? Don't say anything against Jews. I'm so tired of it. Archie won. Gross. What do you mean? Jewish? Oh my. The people who shot it was an attack on literally a quarter mile away. It was an attack on a Hanukkah celebration, the first night of Hanukkah. They have this called Hanukkah by the Sea or something that they do there. And so it was an attack on them. Duluth says, well, now I want to. And, Mark says, even when I was a youngster, I always disliked the Meathead character. He was a virtue-signaling hippie. It became Archie's place. Yeah, but what was the name of the bar? He used to go there. We still don't have any answer to the question if Allah is great after all these terrorist attacks. Well, they yell it all the time when they do them. So all of the family radicalized him, turned him into a permanent method actor. I don't even have things to say. Kelsey's bar. That's right, Kelsey's. Was it Kelsey's or Kelso's? Kelsey's or Kelso's. But Meathead and Arch are having a beer at Kelsey's place.
No doubt saved many other lives. A fruit shop owner walking by who's just done the right thing.
Still, he's in the hospital and we don't know exactly what's going inside.
The man is a genuine hero. I've got no doubt. All right, so improvised explosive devices have been found in a vehicle near the beach. It was a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, of celebration of faith, act of evil, anti-Semitism, terrorism has struck to the heart of our nation. King Charles III, the Australian head of state, because people forget that Australia is still part of England. The King of England still is in charge of Australia. Was horrified by the deadly shooting, calling it a horrific anti-Semitic attack against the Jews. And we got Canadian politicians react to the terrorist attack in Australia, and GTA forces step up patrols at synagogues. 16 people have been killed, including the gunman. Also, we got another place to count the gunman. So, said the GTA say that residents can expect an increased presence around the communities. Toronto police chief said there will be an increased presence in Jewish communities. We stand against terrorism.
But because of a security threat that existed here. It's supposed to be a celebratory day for people of the Jewish faith. But ahead of the first night of Hanukkah, Jewish communities in the GTA are calling for stronger action against anti-Semitism. It comes after a horrifying mass shooting in Australia where 2 gunmen killed more than a dozen people, including a child.
I'll share with you a personal story, which is my daughter goes to a Jewish school in Toronto, and last week she was asked to stay inside for an indoor recess, not because of weather, but because of a security threat that existed here in Toronto. So this is very real for us, and when we see hateful words turn into hateful actions, like what we've just seen in Sydney, Australia, the Jewish community in Toronto knows that we're not far behind.
Police across the GTA confirm they are stepping up security after the mass shooting in Australia. Toronto police say they are increasing their presence around synagogues and community centres as a precaution. York Regional Police say they are in constant contact with federal and provincial law enforcement to identify potential threats. And Peel Police are in the process of...
When they say they're going to identify potential threats, they're talking about this right here. If you make a post on social media that they don't like, they will come and break down your door. But they'll take 20 minutes to respond to an actual shooting. How do those celebrating Hanukkah get this news? I don't know. It was called Kelsey's Bar. Beautiful Cat says, I'm not buying it. Give it up to the kid for keeping it all in the family. Bum, 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 bum. Kelsey's. Too slow getting back to the computer. Archie's Place. Most of those interviewed don't sound Australian. Did you notice that? That almost everybody interviewed did not sound Australian, no matter who it was. The character of Meathead was basically Norman Lear's self-insert. Kelsey's Bar. Fun fact that Bondi Beach was actually named after Pam Bondi. Apparently it was quite the spring break. Yeah. Woo! Shaking my damn head. Yes, most probably. Good question, K-Jab. We live in a ridiculous world where the news blurs a wound caused by a mass shooting. Yes. The king hasn't learned, huh? No, he hasn't learned it. Access to firearms doesn't seem to be a problem for terrorists in countries where citizens are unarmed. This is a setup. I'm not buying it. Crisis actors. Okay. Crisis actors, how much are you being paid? I'm not a crisis. Jewish schools are getting shot at and vandalized in Toronto. The character of Archie Bunker was Norman Lear's daddy issues. They will use this to hateful words crack down. Yes, they will. Hate, really? Exactly. Anti-white hatred. Yes. Forging is 100% correct. Where are we at here? You know, Australia was pretty draconian during the lockdown. I wonder how they'll respond to this. They're going to probably respond by taking every gun away. Duck Fat's here. What's up? You all right? You all right, Cameron Campbell? It's okay. My Jewish foreskin had to hide during the shooting on the other side of the world. Crisis actors. A goy can get them in the news if you meant Shabbat. Oh, goy can get them in the news if you meant Shabbat. Oh. Any idea how those celebrating Hanukkah get the news? Well, celebrating Hanukkah, I don't think it's not like Joe was on Twitter today. I don't think it's like I don't think it's 8 nights of I don't think it's 8 nights like of Shabbat where you don't Sabbath or whatever they call it, where they can't do anything. They don't need a Shabbos. It's not Shabbos, like 8 days of nothing. I don't think. I could be wrong though. You're only $4 away from another hour. You think so? Oh, well, thank you. What do you know? World Radio 332 gifted $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Yes, it was the gun's fault. And then, just like that, it's not the Sabbath, they can have electricity. Just like that, Charles comes in with a 6, so that means...
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
What the fuck is going on? I screwed that all up. I'm sorry, Charles. I messed that all up. That was supposed to work better than that. Let's see. Who got that gift of membership from Charles? World Radio 332 got a gifted membership from Charles. How do you like that? How do you like that? How do you like that? Well, thank you all so much. They can still have Actress Electricity and Media. Yeah, Joe was on. Joe, who's a... sounds so convinced, Jim, when saying crackdown is imminent for words they don't like. Well, no, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Do you mean because they might have their devices turned off, the Jewish folks? I mean, they could, but they have loopholes to God's law. It's not Passover. Yeah, it's not. It's Hanukkah. It's 8 nights. It's not a thing. Yeah, it's not. Thank you, World Radio. Thank you, Charles. It's not a... yeah. It's not like the Sabbath or Shabbos. It's like I said, Joe was on Twitter. He was commenting about Meathead. So we are now $98 away from the second additional hour. I want to thank everybody who so graciously donated to get us this first additional hour. And I will go and I will adjust the goal and create a new one because it ended. So I'll start another goal for another hour. And we'll go 20 super chats for 1 hour. We'll do this, do this, do this, do this. Do this. We're currently $98 away from the second additional hour. I want to thank everybody who so graciously donated. Let me see, where was I? Comments here. So it's a longer video of the shooting. All right, I'll pull that up. Be more like Gino. Do like Daddy do. Fitzy McFitzy. I try to just talk to news. I don't try to get. I try to be as fair and honest with. Yes, thank you for the membership. Yes, I try to be as fair as honest with everybody. Fitzy. I don't. You scream at people, and I don't. I don't know. Gino blocked me the other night for making a joke. By the way. You could never get one every night enjoying the show. Well, it's the Shomer Shabbat. Only Friday sundown to Saturday sundown that they unplug. That's what I thought. I'm not a jihadist nor a ahib. No, will they find out after the celebration? They'll find out. Like there were people celebrating at the beach that night. So. Turns out Gino is gay. Oh my God. No, don't say it. So, yo, what's up, Decimal Threat? Great to see you too. You thought it was the entire time? No, I think it's just from the Friday to Saturday, I think. So, and then someone did share something with it. Let me get it. Gundam Zig had a longer video of the shooting. So why don't we go ahead and get that? And then, and then we got, do this. Decimal Threat gave another 5. Said, here's another word for pattern. Hate is another word for pattern recognition. Yeah. So thank you so much for the 5. With that 5, it puts us to be $93. $93 away from the goal of a second additional hour. I'm having trouble keeping up with the chat tonight, so if I miss somebody, I'm sorry. What's up? Hey, how's it going? SK Jab, not the Sabbath for them, or they would call it Shabbat. Is it true that Rob Reimer's wife was stabbed to death by their son today? Well, they were stabbed to death. Not 100% sure if it was the son, but all evidence so far is pointing to the son. Let me hide this. We are now $93 away from a second additional hour of the show tonight. Thank you all for your donations. Good night, beautiful cat. Why, beautiful cat leaving? Good night, Terry. I will return tomorrow night. Okay, I hope so. Happy listening. Okay, I hope everyone's having a good night. Want to keep everybody. Providence Police are now releasing Brown University person of interest Benjamin Erickson from custody. Decimal threat. What? You got another one? Is that what you're telling me? Communism, a very definition of failure. Yes, it is. Love it. It is. Yeah, it is the definition of failure. Our early report was the son was in custody. It was the son who, at least in his youth, was on the street with drug problems. Police always say the public is safe after an incident, and you are until the next incident. Yeah, you're always safe until you're not. You're always safe until you're not. Let's see. Longest Bondi Beach shootout video yet. Both gunmen shot police fighting police. Extended footage. Longest video so far. Shows what really went down. Both shooters engaged police in a firefight. One dropped. Minutes later, the second goes down. Both shot. One dead during the exchange. No surrender, no custody, pure shootout. Video ends with cops arresting a third person, seemingly a mistake as he was a bystander. Oh. William in Melbourne says, I'm in Melbourne. I haven't noticed any beefed up police presence here. What? Seriously? No beefed up police presence? There's just a terrorist attack there? They should grab everyone who's... Yeah, this rewrites the official story. Police said one dead, one in custody, critical condition. Reality, both neutralized by gunfire during armed confrontation after massacring 10 Jews. Well, they were more than... It was 15 or 14 or 15. Yeah, the guy grabbed a gun from one terrorist, was shot by the other terrorist that was still on the bridge. Work is permitted on Hanukkah for 7 of the 8 days except the regular Sabbath. Yeah. Hey, Diamond G. Howdy, friends. What's up? Green thumb confirmed. Do it. Navid Arkham confirmed as Pakistani shooter. Second identity still locked down tight. Rabbi Eli Schlanger executed 50 rounds. Pipe bombs into vehicles, 29 injured. These weren't escape artists panicking. They came to kill Jews and wanted a firefight. This is ideological commitment, not blind rage. All right, so we'll, this is the video. I saw some of this earlier. This is a person videotaping from their window, and if this person in the window had a gun, they probably could have done something. Hopefully this doesn't get me clipped either. YouTube doesn't like stuff like this. Might be graphic for tube. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I should pause it and scrub a little and look for different parts. No kvetching allowed. Channel dangerous for sure. You saw it earlier. It's not graphic at all. The Australian police need to come over here for some training. I mean, this is an 11-minute video. So if this, they were already shooting when this video started. So this person more than likely heard shooting and then started recording. So you have to remember that. So it might have been going on for 12 or 13 minutes, except for that one killing in the first second. This is all blurred out on the TV here. Worse than Chicago on a Thursday because it was Jews. Okay. Another little known fact, the classroom that was shot up by the Brown University shooter was normally used by a Jewish professor, but that day it was being used for students to take finals. I did hear, and I don't know if this is true, I did hear that the guy that did that shooting yelled Aloha Akbar when he came in. And World Radio says, what's the percentage of terrorists in the last 20 years worldwide proclaiming Aloha Akbar before performing their acts? Good use of a milestone chat. I'd say it quite a bit. 20-minute response time from what you've heard. Any live video of a shooting isn't allowed, but replaying is fine if no one is shown hit. Maybe put it on mute. Maybe. Cops roll past with lights on. Should everybody be saying that Rob Reiner was hateful? They showed a picture for a white guy for the brown shooter. Chicago weekends top the charts. What about the footage of the guy squatting under the bridge with not reviewing aid or diffusing the carnage? I don't know. Let me see. So there's them. They're going there. So they're just shooting. Shooting there. Still shooting. These are the two of them, right? So this must be after. All right, here's the father coming up. Here's the father. Okay, this is the father. This is right here. So this video is only 3 minutes. We're only 3 minutes and 41 seconds into this video, all right? And this is the father after he's already been disarmed by that guy. So it goes on for another 7 minutes after he was disarmed. Rendering. What if you just mute it? The information about the brown shooter came from Laura Loomer. Shooting range is a violent with extra audio siren who doesn't record victims but the shooter only. I don't know. They get taken out at the 5-minute mark? Okay. All right, so it's not... does the father find another weapon? I think his son had 2 weapons. The father had 1 or 2 weapons. They had 4 weapons total, from what I understand. That there. So, I don't know. There were 3. No, I heard 4. The cops said 4 weapons. That the guy owned 6. And that 4 were found at the scene. I don't know. So there's the father coming up the stairs right now after getting disarmed. So this could... Why? Oh, he's ducking like someone shooting at him. He's ducking like someone's shooting at him. The father's got a gun again now. Oh wait, did the father leave again? Or the father's down. So the father got taken out by the cops now. And he's still shooting. Now he's down. All right. So, yeah. The cops were still shooting at people up on the bridge. Did you see that? One of those 6 firearms rookie numbers in the U.S. You can hear the police shooting back, different caliber. There are weapons. That's a misnomer. Most people think there are weapons allowed in Australia. You have to belong to like a hunting club or different clubs and stuff. And generally speaking, you're supposed to keep the guns there. You're not supposed to have them in your house and stuff like that. You can't have like assault rifles or handguns, just shotguns and, hunting weapons, shotguns and bolt action rifles. Cops never thought to link up with the camera guy. Yeah. That's the innocent bystander? Okay. The Brown shooting witness said they came into class and shot at something, but doesn't remember what he shot at. Well, been told or heard, it was he shouted Aloha snack bar. What do you hunt on the beach? One cop did a half mag dump at one point. Okay. No, he got shot by the terrorist that was on the bridge covering fire. Line of strike was strong. Okay. All right. Police say the person of interest in the custody for the Brown mass shooting refused to provide age, gender, race, or motive. It's complete bullshit. What happens when DEI incompetence permeates law enforcement?
Again, my condolences and thoughts and prayers with the families that were impacted by these actions. So, yeah, as the mayor stated, we have detained someone of interest, but I respect and to protect the integrity of the investigation, I would only be limited in my details. The next process for us is what we do best, and our detectives is to coordinate with the prosecutors, to collect evidence, to conduct interviews, and then from there, we'll be able to, when it's appropriate and accurate, to share more details with you all. But I'm pleased to say that the mayor stated the collaboration between our federal partners, our different municipalities in the state, is all hands on deck. And, you know, when there's incidents in the city that shock the conscience, we know for a fact that we just step up. And the federal agents, our federal partners, I want to thank them for their assistance, but as well, every single municipality, the state police, and every other chief in the state. We came together as a small state. It impacted a lot of us, the incident that occurred. And so, again, I'm just happy to share with you that we're in the process now of coordinating with prosecution, conducting interviews, and being able to collect evidence so that we can protect the integrity of the investigation and that we can hold the individuals accountable for their actions.
One second. All right. Whenever you hear law enforcement official thanking their federal partners using words like collaboration, spaces, places, they're full of shit. Using liberal buzzwords to spew word salads. These are the Kamala Harris of policing. They're dangerously dumb.
Again,
I thought there was another post for there. No? Oh. There's Piers Morgan sitting there eating his curry. All right. First, we'll do this. We'll share this one. We'll go back this way. So Laura Loomer is saying Brown University mass shooter yelled Allahu Akbar. Are there any Australians in Australia? I don't know. I know Liam's there. He's Australian. And so is my good friend Dan Blackroyd. He's in Australia. I hate self-congratulatory bat patting that happens between agencies and press conferences. Yeah. Australia is fake. It doesn't exist, according to Ricada. Good grief. Do you get what you vote for? What a moron. Yeah. Piers. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Yeah, this was about the Brown University shooting. Yeah, no, sorry. That bridge where the terrorists posted up was right across from the children's playground, no more than 100 yards. Wow. H-1B DEI hire, yeah. How come the media is suppressing eyewitness testimony about the shooter, Brown, shouting, Allahu Akbar, before opening fire on campus the night before the first night of Hanukkah? The media is only saying he shouted something. Sources tell me it was Allahu Akbar, but it's being kept quiet. Let's see, it's snowing there.
And called into police. I mean, the reality is that this is a 7-story physics and engineering building that was unlocked, but this individual went to a specific classroom that was essentially in a study session for an exam on economics and chose that classroom. And we know from a witness inside that this gunman yelled something. We don't know what this individual yelled and then began shooting. We also know that this person reportedly used a handgun. So a lot of questions also as to whether or not they recovered that handgun or what kind of ballistics evidence may have led them perhaps to this individual as well. So we have more questions than answers other than the fact that we know the lockdown has been lifted and at least according to the mayor, this community can breathe a sigh of relief. But hopefully we hope to find out more in the coming hours. And called into police.
Oh. It's reported Brown University has over 800 cameras on campus and they are not distributing pictures. It's weird. I thought Brown University was a black college. No, it's a brown college. It's brown. It's a brown university. No whites. Better. media always let us know what happened, especially when they don't. But this religion of peace, what's next? Imagine a religion whose followers admit they want to kill you, but they say you have a phobia if you don't want to be killed. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Breaking. Providence police are now releasing the Brown University person of interest, Benjamin Erickson, from custody. What an absolute joke. They have zero clue who carried this out. Absolutely embarrassing.
Shortly, we will be releasing the person of interest who had been detained earlier today. And the Attorney General can speak a little bit about the rationale for that. But we want to inform the community that that individual will shortly be released from Providence Police. Shortly, we will...
Oh, so they're shortly going to release him. I mean, you can hold somebody for 72 hours without charging them. So the fact the release of the guy means they know for a fact it's not him. You have no Aboriginal in your family tree either? I guess he's not white then and not a citizen. Yeah. They're likely just arrested him so it would appear they were making progress. It's the most heavily surveilled campus in the country, and they have released practically none of the footage. Something is off here. Brown has one surveillance camera for every 9 undergrads. Students raises concerns. Look at this. 9 cameras. One surveillance camera for every 9 undergrads. I can say with 100% certainty, but based on visible cues, the photo very strongly appears to be AI generated or heavily AI enhanced rather than a natural camera photo. The sign language interpreter is scary as hell. Oh my God. Definitely. So this makes this old news then. What are the odds that this Brown University victim ID'd as Ella Cook, VP of the Republican Club? Some organization person is furiously scrubbing social media presence of the shooter. Yes. They, them. Could be. That's one rough, Jim. That one was rough. Looks like meatloaf. That's what I said. It's a jumbled mess of a comment, but I said it's the same. All right. Good-looking kid. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, it looks like a troon. So this is an old story that I guess they don't have the person in custody. His name has not been released. Suspects, they debriefed on the matter, say a suspect is in custody. The man has a unique characteristic on his firearm, and that firearm was found when he was taken into custody. The person has not been identified and has not been charged. So they had somebody that someone said there was a gun that had some characteristic on it. And they said, oh, we know a guy who has that. So they went and KPT, he's white, Wisconsin, Army Infantry, they, them. The Twilight Zone meme. Oh, okay. All right. So this is the mayor saying the person's been detained. Well, let's hear the mayor now.
We are able to report that we have detained a person of interest involved in yesterday's shooting. Colonel Perez will speak in a minute about that update. Second, I want to let the Providence community know that effective immediately, we are lifting the shelter in place for Brown and the related.
Are they going to put the shelter in place back in now that they don't have the guy? We are in the everything all at once phase of the simulation. Yeah, I mean, let's be real, folks. 3 Americans were just killed in Syria, so expect something to happen there. Like Trump said we were going to retaliate, so something is going to happen in Syria. We got the shit going on in Venezuela. This stuff. There was an attack. Someone sent me something somewhere about an attack about a shooting that happened in California. Did they make sure he does not have access to another gun? Well, if it's not the guy who did it, they should have gave him his gun back. Here's the girl who was murdered. All right, let me pull this up. The girl was cute too. Okay. Oh wow, she is. She's a cutie. Why is it always the pretty girls that get killed? You know what I mean? Mayor's husband is a trans kid activist. Australia. What about Australia? Shooting that happened in Australia, but there was something that happened in California. Supposedly a shooting at a Jewish house or something got shot up. Conservative activist Ella Cook identified as one of the 2 students murdered. So maybe it was a targeted attack. Rob Reiner's house. Yeah, Rob Reiner's house was a shooting. Not shooting, a stabbing. Looks like his son might have killed him. Wow, she's very pretty. It's a shame. Ella was never afraid to share her beliefs on an overwhelmingly liberal campus and supporting others to do so. Sophomore Ella Cook of Alabama has been identified as one of the 2 victims who was murdered during a mass shooting at Brown University on Saturday afternoon. She was attending a study review session for an economics class when a gunman burst through the door and opened fire. 2 students were killed and 9 others were injured. Had to downgrade the name due to backlash. Mercer 2? What? Mercer 3? That chapter was almost TPUSA. Oh, so they were going to be a TPUSA projector. Are they going to scrub the social media account like the chick that crashed into the jet? Probably. I keep missing your post because the KPT does not show up in orange. I'm not surprised if you miss something. I'll bang a fat, ugly bro. Okay. Yeah. PSD, public service dick. Okay. Somehow we're concerned with brutal dictators in the Middle East when they're Christian. Yeah. I mean, I know everyone hated Bashar al-Assad, but he was like the most modern leader. Like he was secular-ish, where he didn't like push religion on people. He let, women were able to work and women were free to not wear a hijab and all this stuff. And Christians, the LA press conference was terrible. Ari Reiner. I didn't see the press conference. If anybody, my good friend Gundam Zig wants to get the press conference for the Rob Reiner thing, I would gladly play it. It broke my heart to learn that Ella Cook, a sophomore from Alabama, is no longer with us. I knew Ella through brown Republicans. Oh, there's brown Republicans, also white Republicans and black Republicans too. Assad was good to the Christians. Yeah, and it was weird that they wanted to take him out. He was like the most Western leader in that area. It's weird. Being conservative at Brown isn't always the easiest, but Ella was never afraid to share her beliefs on an overwhelmingly liberal campus and support others in doing so. Or Jim even. Exactly, Jim. Or Jim even. Assad was friends with the Queen of England. Yeah. Video released of suspect in a Brown shooting. All right. Well, I guess we'll watch this.
Good morning, Walt. This morning, Brown University remains under lockdown. There is a shelter-in-place order still in effect here at Brown University, as now we are at 14 hours into the manhunt for this person, a person of interest believed to be the shooter responsible for killing 2 Brown University students and wounding 9 other students while he opened fire in a classroom during final exam period. Now, this video shows the suspect dressed in black. He's walking calmly away from the scene, which is inside the Barris and Holly Engineering Building. Police do not have a clear image of his face, and they say he may have been wearing a camouflage mask.
He could be in his 30s, but we're not positive. That's our first inclination. He's unidentified, so we don't know if people may be helping him or not at this point.
Police have been evacuating students and staff from academic and administrative buildings within a specific security perimeter. Students and staff in residence halls are urged to stay put. The perimeter area is marked by red boxes on this map. More than 400 police officers are on scene as they meticulously work to canvass the area for evidence, looking for more video footage and to clear the area outside of Brown University. Though the mayor of Providence had this message for the surrounding community.
In the hours that have eclipsed since the initial shooting, we've received no additional credible information that there is any specific ongoing threat from this individual, and so we do not believe these events need to be canceled. We do believe you can safely go to church in the morning.
Again, as for a timeline of the events, at 4:05 p.m. yesterday, Brown received the initial call of an active shooter. At 4:22, Brown University issued its first alert to stay away from the area. At 5:27 p.m., authorities received reports of shots fired near Governor Street. Those reports were unfounded. Now, this shooting took place in a review session led by a teaching assistant in preparation for a final exam of Principles of Economics. The room has stadium seating. The shooter came in through the doors and yelled something, and students started to scramble. They tried to get away from the shooter, duck in their seats, but unfortunately 11 students were shot, 2 killed. The president of Brown University released a statement saying, in part, "We lost 2 community members today who were fatal victims of the shooting, and at this point we know there are at least 8 additional victims who were transported to the hospital. In this moment they are in critical but stable condition, but this is an evolving situation. Our hearts are with their families." And guys, the doors to the engineering building were unlocked because this is final exam period. We have no video of the shooter going into the building, and there is no video of the shooter inside of the building. The FBI is asking people to submit any photos or videos that they may have to the FBI.gov/Brown University shooting. And if you have any tips, call 401-652-5767. Guys.
Hey, Brian, you said that the school's still on lockdown 14 hours after. Does that mean that there are still students in place where they were 14 hours ago when the shooting happened?
That is, at this hour, plausible, yes, because the last update we got was just before 2 a.m., and that was a message that was sent to the university instructing folks that are in academic and administrative buildings, students and staff, to remain there until the police come and evacuate them. And it is now 6 a.m. It's possible that that evacuation is done, but we've received no word yet, and no alerts have been sent to the university community. So as of right now, those who are still in that perimeter area, in that security area, are urged to stay in place until they see police if you are in an administrative or academic building.
And Brian, as we look at specifically this engineering building, orient us a little bit on it. It seems pretty remarkable that there isn't more surveillance of this attacker getting in, and we have the map up on your screen, the Baruch and Holly
thanks,
engineering building. Is this sort of a center part of the campus that this individual is able to get into with relatively little surveillance?
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable that 14 hours in, that is the only surveillance video we have. For those who don't know Brown University, it is in a neighborhood called College Hill. It overlooks Providence, Rhode Island, which is the city. It's right across the river, but the campus is really sprawling within an urban environment. So I think what the police here are doing, it is surprising that they didn't have video from within that engineering building showing this person going in or within the building itself. I think at this point they're asking folks within the surrounding community to take a look at their Ring cameras. Maybe somebody had a cell phone and saw something. I'm sure they believe, given the fact that this university is within an urban setting, that there's somebody with a camera somewhere that has a better image of this suspect, guys.
Brian, I don't want to belabor the camera situation, but I just want to make something clear. Is it that the university doesn't have these surveillance cameras?
No, they have them. All right, so right now we don't know who the shooter is, and it's all on Earth, but so let's do this real quick. Let's go back to Rob Reiner. The first 48 rule applies, as always. So Jeremy Prime, I don't know if you guys know, D-Day Cobra, Jeremy Prime from Geeks and Gamers. He posted, what was the response time like? Anyone know? I haven't heard anything. I think the threat level for this Christmas is going to be really high. In fact, between now and February, lots of indicators. Yeah. Sunshine says, I hate to block somebody, but the above had to stop. Well, if you guys feel you have to block somebody, go ahead and block them. You know, that's what you know, if you can't. $8 million contract for the cameras. Yeah, especially Christmas being a religious holiday like Hanukkah, the birth of Christ, of course. Yeah. All right, so let's see. So Rob Reiner responded with grace and compassion to Charlie's assassination. This video makes it all the more painful to hearing his wife's tragic end. So I thought because we played that video earlier of Rob
When you
Reiner.
first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk, what was your immediate gut reaction to it?
Well, horror, absolute horror. And I unfortunately saw the video of it, and it's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution to solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service, at the memorial they had, was exactly right. And totally, I believe, I'm Jewish, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus, and I believe in doing to others, and I believe in forgiveness. And what she said to me was beautiful and absolutely, she forgave his assassin. And I think that is admirable.
Yeah. So he was a human. And he says he follows the teaching of Jesus. So I will pray for him. One thing I can say for Reiner, he didn't act like the Krasenstein brothers, JoJo and Brooklyn Dad. It seems like maybe, yes, it was very decent of him. It seems like maybe he wasn't a total scumbag. So I will play that so everyone can see and know that he's not Mr. Horrible. Rant. Okay, we got another $5 Rumble rant from Decimal Threat. This one says, notice the word community is used for people that don't give a fuck about one another. Yeah, yes, it sucks regardless of his politics. It does. On the other hand, his day-to-day life, he acted like Rosie O'Donnell. Thank you so much, Decimal Threat, for another 5. His rhetoric will be remembered. Yes, yes, it will. All right, and then we have this. Via the Raps, Shannon Waxman, a clip of LAPD Detective Alan Hamilton talking about the stabbing of Rob Reiner's wife. His man in the picture is begging the question, and why leaks and conspiracies happen. Everything this man did, you should not do. So let's watch this.
Chief, why are you not looking? Chief, why are you not looking for
Pardon me.
suspect?
We're being told that a family member is being interviewed in connection to these deaths. Can you confirm that? And is that family member being cooperative?
There are going to be many family members interviewed. I'm not going to confirm whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not. We're going to try to speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Chief, why are you not looking for a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Chief, why are you not exactly looking for a suspect? Are you confident you know who did this?
We have not identified a suspect at this time.
Well, then shouldn't you be looking for one so these neighbors aren't worried about their own lives and their own safety?
Yeah, so at this time, after we determine, I need everyone to understand something. In order to
I'll play that in a minute. I wanted to do this.
Before we do anything here, we have to get a search warrant because there are issues regarding standing at this residence. So as long as those legal requirements are met, we can continue the investigation. Now, when I tell you that we have not identified a suspect, it doesn't mean that we're not working the case. We will not identify a suspect until that person is identified as a suspect and we're legally seeking.
We will not identify a suspect until we have identified that person as a suspect. Wow. Rockford Macabre, what's up, man? Geez, what the fuck did I tune into? Well, we're covering the shootings and the stabbings and the crime that has been going on. Trying to get through some news of the day, but this whole thing that happened with Rob Reiner is kind of in the news, and the Bondi Beach thing, and then we got some other stuff to talk about too eventually. And I have this whole week's thing on, I have a whole special segment on the whole classifying people as white on crime stats put aside, but I don't think we're going to get there tonight. Have to save that for later in the week, I guess. Apparently there isn't probable cause to go in. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. When you find dead bodies, it's kind of very 1984 narrative. I've been running inside out and can't make up their minds if they want to go out. I agree. It's the best chat and not that many trolls. Yeah, we try to. The show must go on, as they say in Hollywood. Yeah. Ted Williams on the news said you don't need a search warrant if you walk in a house with 2 dead bodies. You search to see other bodies. Yeah, you get a warrant later. You don't need. It's called extenuating circumstances. Did they get murdered today and were found days later, like Gene Hackman and Miss Hackman? I don't know. There has to be surveillance cameras. There has to be. He lives in a $13 million house. You're talking about a guy who was probably worth, I mean, I'm not going to Google it, but he had to have been worth a minimum of 100 mil. A minimum of 100 mil. I can go to a cemetery and find dead bodies. Yes, you can. Hey, Prince of Junior Heir, where's he at? I didn't see him. Where'd he go? Where is he? Why don't I see him? Why don't I see him? Prince of the Heir Jr., where's he at? I don't see him. Why don't I see him? There he is. Why don't I see him there? Why don't I see him in this chat? What the fuck is going on? Why don't I see him in this chat? I see him here. I don't see him there. What the fuck is going on? Why don't I see him in... That is odd. I do not see his chat in this.
Them if there is a crime to be reported and if that person is a suspect in that crime.
Hold on.
Did that answer your question, sir?
No. Has anyone been detained yet for questioning? Are you questioning people now that could be possible suspects and or a person or person?
Prince of the Heir Jr. I don't see his
no
chat.
one has been detained. Specifically, your second question, no one is being interviewed.
Is
this a homicide? We're not gonna, yeah, so we're not going to comment on the injuries at this time. That information will be coming forward in the coming days as it's publicly releasable. If it is part of the investigation and it is not publicly releasable, we will not be releasing it. Hold on. One at a time. Hold on, one at a time. This gentleman is next.
Are you detectives inside the home right now?
Here, I'll show you guys. All right. Right here. You see where it says Prince of the Heir Jr. right here? He's not in the chat on he's not in the chat on StreamYard. It doesn't come up in StreamYard. It's not in StreamYard anywhere. I didn't see him. I want to say hi to him, but I don't see him in StreamYard for some reason. Never trust the merged chat. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what's going on. Huh. YouTube chats were acting very strangely for me the other day between my phone and laptop. YouTube thing. This is Fed. This is Rumble. It could just be StreamYard. Something weird with StreamYard.
Are they getting access to the home right now as we speak?
We're waiting for the legal process to move forward. We have to obtain a search warrant for the residence. As soon as that is complied with, we will be conducting a full crime scene investigation of the interior and the exterior of the residence and the surrounding neighborhood.
Just to follow up, Deputy Chief, is there somebody from the family not allowing detectives inside the home right now?
That's inconsequential. We have to comply with the legal process. It doesn't matter whether the family allows us in or not. Hold on. Ma'am.
Have the family members been notified? The victim's family members been notified?
Have the family been notified of what? That an incident occurred here?
That there were 2 victims?
I believe the family's aware.
In other words, why are you not releasing their names? They're out there.
That's going to be the Los Angeles County Coroner that releases the information.
Chief, is this a homicide?
Ma'am, go ahead. Your
Is this
question first.
Yes, is this a homicide?
At this time, it's a death investigation. Again, until we get inside and we make a determination, we can't call it anything. So we're going to conduct that We're going to conduct that investigation at the appropriate time. We will identify what kind of incident it is, and if it's determined to be a crime, we will seek the suspect. We will bring them to justice, and we will take them into custody.
The mayor has already confirmed it's the Reiners. Can you tell us any more?
I can't speak for the mayor, but I can speak for the Los Angeles Police Department. The Los Angeles County Coroner will identify the decedents that are inside of the residence. And that will be, that will be the official notification and the official identification of the decedents inside of the residence.
Under what circumstances?
It doesn't make any sense. There's a fucking murder. You don't need a search warrant. Who? I don't know who. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I think Cash posted on X about Brown. So yeah, so there's this. Here, like this. This is one of the most useless press conferences I've ever seen. Family of Rob Reiner has already confirmed the deaths.
So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be flippant. Let me be specific. There was recently a change within the department. Robbery Homicide Division handles all homicides now in the city of Los Angeles. So I apologize. I didn't know if you knew that or not. All homicides occurring in the city of Los Angeles are now handled by Robbery Homicide Division as of the end of October. So we handle them all. Okay? All right, thanks everybody. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be flippant.
And he's not naming the victims. Says coroner releasing names. Karen Bass and family already named them. They're probably worried about getting sued a little bit, maybe, because of what happened with the whole Kobe Bryant stuff and the lawsuit and that. And they got hit with a pretty big judgment on that, if I'm not mistaken, like hundreds of millions of dollars. Like hundreds of millions of dollars. And, wow, we peaked at 175 tonight. That's fucking amazing with no rates. Wow. That's fantastic. We're killing it tonight. What are we at on, got 15 minutes left on the old. We got 116 likes too. That's not bad. It could be doing better, but you know, they're getting attorneys. Yeah, they're getting attorneys and stuff. Gruber will have fun with this presser. Yeah, Kobe got hit because the EMTs took and sent out personal photos. Yeah. Hi, all, Mama Pill. Great to see you. Yeah, I would like to participate in Gruber and Gruber and Eric Hunley's chat, but lumping homicides and robberies on how I'd streamline spending. That's normal. Like Chicago has what's called violent crimes. It's the violent crimes division. They handle all robberies, homicides, and like rapes and stuff like that. So any violent crimes is handled by one detective bureau. That's all they do is violent crimes. Burglary is handled by a separate. Burglary and property. There's violent crimes and property crimes. Two teams in Chicago, and that's probably why they only solve 30% of the murder. So, yeah, smash that like button, people. So let's see. So here's the whole press conference. Let's see. It says Rob Reiner, wife found dead with parent stab wounds. So here's the entire press conference. So this is going to be brutal.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton. I'm the Chief of Detectives for the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm going to give a brief statement, and then we're going to address any questions that we can. I understand.
What the fuck's going on?
And there are going to be questions regarding what occurred here tonight. I will not be able to provide information in a lot of areas that questions may be getting asked, but I'll do the best I can. So at approximately 3:40 this afternoon, Los Angeles police officers, along with the Los Angeles City Fire Department, responded to the 200 block of Chadbourne Avenue here in the city of Brentwood. Upon arrival, they determined that there were 2 deceased individuals inside of the residence. The Los Angeles Police Department is now conducting an investigation at this residence here on Chadbourne, and that investigation will continue over the coming days. We will not be releasing any information regarding who was found deceased in the residence, because that will be done by the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. So if there are any inquiries regarding the identity of the individuals that are deceased inside of the
Why is this doing this? I have I just checked. My Wi-Fi is fantastic.
residence,
Come on,
that
take the jury
information will
pool.
come from
Yeah.
the LA County Coroner's.
There's no signs of a break-in, so that's interesting. Okay, I don't know what's going on here.
The current death investigation that is being conducted by the Los Angeles Police Department is going to be handled by the Homicide Special Section of Robbery Homicide Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. That investigation will move forward through the night, and tomorrow morning we will probably have additional information regarding what occurred here on Chadbourne and our investigation moving forward. We will not be releasing any further information regarding the investigation that is occurring here in Brentwood tonight. Our detectives will be responding along with our forensic science division.
All right, I don't know. I guess we're not gonna be able to watch this video because it's spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. It's doing this stupid shit.
And our technical investigation division investigators to conduct a full crime scene investigation and determine the appropriateness of the investigation moving forward. At this time, the Los Angeles Police Department is not seeking anyone as a suspect or as a person of interest or in any other manner.
All right. I wonder if the search warrant is the son's part of the home and it's why they need it. Maybe.
And we will not be doing that until we conduct our investigation and we move forward. That's all I have right now at this early preliminary stage of this investigation. If you have questions that I can answer, I will answer them. I would just ask you, please, if we do not
YouTube has
have
been acting like this for a few weeks.
the ability to answer the questions, that you remain patient over the coming hours and over the coming days. Starting tomorrow morning, we will be responding and providing additional information as it becomes publicly available. Pete.
So that's who made the call.
So we understand that the person reporting was here at the location. We're not going to release any information regarding the identity of that individual at this time. Oh, hold on. One at a time, please.
Yeah, it could be traffic on their end. You're right. It's kind of a hot topic. So yeah, it could be
traffic. I'm not going to confirm
on
whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not. We're going to try and speak to every family member that we can to get to the facts of this investigation.
Chief, why are you not looking for a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Chief, why are you not exactly looking for a suspect? Are you confident you know who did this?
We have not identified a suspect at this time.
Well, then shouldn't you be looking for one so these neighbors aren't worried about their own lives and their own safety?
Yeah, so at this time, after...
Okay. I just wanted to say something. The guy goes, so shouldn't you be looking for a suspect out there looking? What, are they supposed to just go around and go, are you a suspect? Are you a suspect? Are you a suspect? Start picking up rocks? They have to collect the evidence to determine who the suspect is, and then they go find the suspect. That's how an investigation works. You don't just start grabbing people, shaking them. Did you do it? Did you do it? I mean, shouldn't you be out looking for somebody right now? Looking where? I'm up north. Usually we have around a foot or so of snow by now. My lawn is green and my flowers bloomed yesterday. Very weird weather. This is exactly what a reporter asked. I know, that's what I'm saying. A reporter asked that, like, shouldn't you be out there searching for a suspect? It's like, you can't search for a suspect until you have evidence. You know who you're looking for. That's when you go look for the suspect, once you can identify who you're looking for. That's how the investigation works. You don't just go start knocking on doors, searching for people.
We determined, so I need everyone to understand something. In order to comply with the legal process, before we do anything here, we have to get a search warrant because there are issues regarding standing at this residence. So as long as those legal requirements are met, we can continue the investigation. Now, when I tell you that we have not identified a suspect, it doesn't mean that we're not working the case. We will not identify a suspect until that person is identified as a suspect and we're legally seeking them if there is a crime to be reported and if that person is a suspect in that crime. Did that hold on. Did that answer your question, sir?
All right, so I can read between the lines and I can tell you what they're doing. Someone who still lives in the house, so Rob Reiner and his wife are dead. more than likely, whoever still lives in the house, the son, now owns the house. And so they have to get a search warrant before they can search the house. Because the son might have said, no, you can't come in without a search warrant. Maybe. Or they think it's the son and they want to get a warrant to make sure that there's not going to be like a technicality like, you didn't get a warrant before you searched his room. And it's not, he's the owner of the house now or some weird stuff. The longer they stall, the more we will think Brown was targeted. The odds of the VP being one is pretty wild. Young, conservative, Christian white woman who ran the only allowed young Republican group on campus was part of a small group of only 20 openly conservative students of Brown. I'm on the West Coast desperately trying to escape competition from others and pricing me out. Good grief, you people up north need to move.
Okay, go ahead.
Has anyone been detained yet for questioning? Are you questioning people now that could be possible suspects and or a person or persons of interest?
Specifically to your first question, no one has been detained. Specifically to your second question, no one is being interviewed as a suspect. We're not gonna comment on the injuries at this time. That information will be coming forward in the coming days as it's publicly releasable. If it is part of the investigation and it is not publicly releasable, we will not be releasing it. Hold on. One at a time. Whoa. Hold on, one at a time. This gentleman is next.
Are your detectives inside the home right now? Are they getting access to the home right now as we speak?
We're waiting for the legal process to move forward. We have to obtain a search warrant for the residence. As soon as that is complied with, we will be conducting a full crime scene investigation on the interior and the exterior of the residence and the surrounding neighborhood.
Just to follow up, Deputy Chief, is there somebody from the family not allowing detectives inside the home right now?
That's inconsequential. We have to comply with the legal process. It doesn't matter whether the family allows.
The question was, is somebody, a family member, not allowing you to search the house? And he goes, that's inconsequential. So that means, yes, they're telling him get a warrant. Is this a scene from The Naked Gun? Yeah. No one owns it until the estate goes through probate? Well, maybe. What qualifications are necessary for Rob Reiner and female to be classified as an anti-Semitic hate crime? Well, if it turns out it wasn't the son and it was someone else who did it for some reason, I don't know. But Rob Reiner said he follows the teachings of Jesus.
Allows us in or not. Hold on, ma'am.
No, I know they all announced it. I'm just saying this cop is being very careful.
Family has been notified of what? That an incident occurred here? I believe the family's aware.
In other words, why are you not releasing their names?
That's going to be the Los Angeles County coroner that releases the information. Ma'am, go ahead. Your question first. At this time, it's a death investigation. Again, until we get inside and we make a determination, we can't call it anything. So we're going to conduct that We're going to conduct that investigation at the appropriate time. We will identify what kind of incident it is, and if it's determined to be a crime, we will seek the suspect, we will bring them to justice, and we will take them into custody.
One more question. The mayor has already confirmed it's the Reiners. Can you tell us any more?
I can't speak for the mayor, but I can speak for the Los Angeles Police Department. The Los Angeles County coroner will identify the decedents that are inside of the residence. And that will be, that will be the official notification and the official identification of the decedents inside of the residence.
He shouldn't even have gave this press conference. He should have had a press conference. He said, we're not doing a press conference.
I'm not going to address that. Ma'am? Sure, there's a legal process whenever you're going to conduct an investigation at a crime scene in the state of California. There are certain requirements that you have to meet in order to conduct a thorough investigation. So you don't want to start a crime scene investigation and then have someone say, I need you guys to leave the residence right now. So we're going to, hold on, you asked a question, I'm going to answer. So we have to comply with the legal process. Once the warrant is signed and delivered, we will have access to the crime scene. We will conduct a full, thorough, impartial investigation.
They haven't said, somebody called it in, but they haven't said who it was.
Investigations in the neighborhood
Rob
around this
Reiner also
area.
directed Misery.
And then with that
Great
information,
movie.
we will go forward with the investigation, whether it is a death investigation or some other type of investigation. And I do want to be clear, hold on, I want to be clear with one thing. Wherever we can be transparent and provide information to the public, we will release it as soon as we can.
One at a time.
Sir? No.
Oh, it says we are the
That's gonna be
show.
determined by
Rated
the
the
coroner. The
stream.
coroner's
Thank you,
not
we are
here.
the show. Thanks for stopping by.
I don't understand the specific point of the question. Yeah. So okay. So just to be clear, there's an initial investigation when the patrol officers arrive. When they make
If
a
I'm not
determination that
on
detectives
this
are
page
needed,
clicking
they will
on it.
back out. We will conduct.
Hey, Richard Parker,
a sweep
thanks
of
for
the
checking
area
back
to make
in.
sure that it's safe, and then we will comply with the legal process, and then we move forward. I'm not giving you the exact timeline on that, but I'm telling you that it's moving forward. Pete, you had another question. We'll be obtaining the warrant in real time very shortly if we have not obtained it already. In terms of the coroner's ETA, I cannot tell you when their estimated time of arrival is. Hold on. We're already in communication with the coroner's office.
All right, so we're already in communication with the coroner's office.
We're looking into getting the information from the LA County coroner when it's available.
All right, so that's that. All right. Then we got this story. Breaking, a gunman has carried out an anti-Semitic drive-by shooting at a Jewish family's home in Redlands, California, opening fire while shouting, fuck the... Yeah. The house was decorated for Hanukkah. It was Shabbos. The family was inside. About 20 bullets were fired. The suspect is still at large. Jews were shot at in their own home. This is the result of Jew hatred being excused and normalized. It's great they had a camera for this. I didn't hear anything. Did you hear fuck the Jews? Oh, no. Okay, I heard it. Okay, now I heard it. Huh. Okay. Got this story. What's this? Ask and we shall receive. As if the weather isn't bad enough already. Stop pissing off the Jews, right? It's crazy. Did I hear the person of interest been released? Yes, it's been released. Yes. Guess we're going to get to that, and we're going to get to that in a minute. Loud voice. The car was far away. It's weird, right? Sounds ambitious. It does. Thousands of Chileans flood the streets to celebrate the win of pro-Trump populist Jose Antonio Castrist. Chile has defeated communism today. Chile has defeated communism today. Yeah, fuck the commies.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
Yeah, get some. Well, we gotta get some. Wait a minute. Wait. Yeah, Gruber says, it's crazy out here now. Billy Crystal identified the body, left in tears. Savage, brutal murder. Hearing sons, main suspect, murder here tonight. Okay. This was the thing I wanted to cover. Yes. Okay, so breaking. The Rhode Island Attorney General is now apologizing. The video is the Chile election win celebration. Yes. What is the video? The video is a celebration in Chile that the commies lost in Chile. No commies in Chile. No commies in Chile. No more Chile commies. Get rid of the shilikames. That's what this is about. No more commies. Rhode Island Attorney General is now apologizing for the false detention of Benjamin Erickson, stating it was unfortunate that his name was allowed to be leaked to the public. It's unfortunate any of these people have jobs. So, yeah, so this guy might, Benjamin Erickson's going to get paid big. If he's completely innocent, he's getting paid.
You know, I want to share with the people of the state of Rhode Island what this investigation looks like, where we are today, where I anticipate it moving forward. So last night, I wish you could have been with me in the command post where there were literally dozens of Providence police officers working to develop leads in this very difficult case. Difficult, obviously, because of the tragedy that occurred on the campus, but also difficult in terms of developing evidence. That work continues, and it will continue tomorrow. Our prosecutors were there, 6 in total. Our victim services folks were at the hospital. But this is what these investigations look like. I've been around long enough to know that sometimes you head in one direction, and then you have to regroup and go in another. And that's exactly what has happened over the last 24 hours or so. Collectively, the team developed leads in a number of areas. One was chased to ground. It led to us. Those words and how we choose those words when we're talking about an investigation matter. And what it means here is that certainly there was some degree of evidence that pointed to this individual, but that evidence needed to be corroborated and confirmed. And over the last 24 hours, leading into just very, very recently, that evidence now points in a different direction. So what that means is that this person of interest needs to be and should be released. I think what is really unfortunate that this person's name was leaked to the public. It's hard to put that back in the bottle, okay? So we're going to proceed very carefully here. There is too much at stake for the victims of this horrific crime and their families to take chances with respect to this investigation. What I anticipate seeing going forward is that our team of prosecutors will be working with the Providence Police Department as the principal leads in this investigation. We will have our resources amplified by the state police, by the FBI, by the ATF, by the DEA, by the Marshal Service, and others as we develop leads and and move towards justice in this case. But this could happen very quickly, but it could take some time. And so
Chooch McGee says, in sign languages like ASL, facial expressions are part of the grammar. They convey questions, intensity, adverbs, and tone. So without them, many signs lose meaning. A tongue sticking out will haunt nightmares. Yes. So, well, I'm debating. We are training AI to do it, but that's the hard part right now. Debating. Should I extend the show by 30 minutes and give you all 30 minutes to meet the goal for a second hour, or should I just call it a night? I mean, there are 185 people watching, so I mean, we could hit the goal, I guess, if people wanted the show to be extended by another hour. The ASL is behind the speech because it takes some time to form the signs. Yes, please. All right, so that's what I'll do. I'll give everybody 30 minutes to get an extra. I'll extend the show by 30 minutes and see if we can get the pick up enough to make the goal. Where are we at, actually? We're currently $88 away from a second hour, so if somebody wanted to start a rally, you know, a couple bucks at a time and get us over the goal for another, fix the Bellicam, please. Oh, everyone. Oh. How many dollars are left, Sunshine? There's $88 left for a second hour. I extended it by 30 minutes right now. Let me fix Bella. Let me, why is the camera not moving? Oh, maybe because I'm on the wrong damn thing. I was on. That's better, right? That's much better. All right. So that's that. Let's see. Person of interest arrested. So we're not gonna look at that because we're not gonna look at this because that's already old news. The person of interest arrested. They let him go. They had the wrong person. This one is what's going on here? What is going on? Why is this not loading? Post Millennial says person of interest in custody after mass shooting leaves 2 dead, 9 injured. So they had the wrong person. They think he was wearing some kind of a mask, so maybe that's the white you're seeing was the mask underneath the that. Let's get into this story. This is totally different story now. I'd like for the other 150 people who never give to give now. I'm sorry I'm cranky tonight. Too much bad news. I do enjoy the hip hop ASL. Yeah. Old school versus new school ASL. I'm guessing because each side see it differently. All the deaf people sit where they can see her directly. Not the cracker? I don't know what that means. I've always admired people who can sign. One of my best friends took ASL in college and taught his daughter, so he's taught a baby. It's been very beneficial for them. I missed a 6-game parlay win today. Otherwise, I would have helped pick the teams, but didn't bet it. Naturally, it hit. Always works that way, doesn't it, Richard? When you don't bet, you win, but you didn't win because you didn't bet. I get it. Some tone it down. Here, people have to learn ASL without faces. AI will replace most translations soon. Can robots do the faces? Well, if they have robots that can make faces, I'm sure they can do it. So this says it's absolutely reprehensible that Barry Weiss orchestrated this little Jerry Springer style ambush on Erica Kirk, the guy they had in custody yesterday. Yeah, the cracker. Yeah, they had to let him go. The last person who ever spoke to Charlie was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. This week, he traveled to CBS to ask Erica Kirk a question. Erica sat down for a CBS town hall just days after the release of her husband's last book, Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. And then let's see.
Erica, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there. Erica, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity, and I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth, who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message.
They committed sedition and treason. We don't let them go for that. That's what they did, Mr. Faggo.
Hang them.
Hang them. Hang them high.
I think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that turning point has been asking Democrats to decry the individuals who cheer for violence. I have and will continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political violence must hold both parties to the same standard and expectation.
Oh, okay.
So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
I appreciate your question. You know my heart. Why would I ever say, yes, go murder people?
Yeah.
This
I think
is
someone in a position of
so
knowing
much
punishment is
deeper
not
than just
assassinating someone.
one. I understand your sentiment. I do. But this is also so much deeper than just one person. This starts at the home, okay? This starts with family. This starts with a seed.
This was not an ambush. It was all
grows
pre-scripted theater.
and grows. You can choose to have evil in your heart.
He called for
or
justice.
you can choose to have light. What you consume and what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself.
Yeah. Will you condemn is a commie question. Will you disavow? It's
I
all
will
nonsense.
never agree with political violence. My husband is a victim of it. I'm a victim of it. But
Your
what I'm
children are
trying to
victim
say
of it.
here is that we can blame everyone else. We have to look in the mirror. When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids? Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a device and saying, go down that rabbit hole? I'm trying to go to Pilates class. You can just sit in the corner and look at your iPad or look at your phone and go down that rabbit hole and see what you can learn from that instead of being a parent. So my call to action from that is parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin? That's where we're at.
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature down right now?
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to do that, and I'm doing my part. I'm not in control of other people.
It turns out that Hunter Kozak's dad is a Hollywood producer. CBS featured Hunter Kozak, who posed the final question while Charlie was alive. Kozak's father is Steve Kozak, a veteran Hollywood television producer. He has worked on shows such as The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, Whose Line Is It Anyway, and reportedly as director of research and clearances on the Jimmy Kimmel Live. His own father, Hunter's grandfather, was Elliot Kozak, a producer for Bob Hope's variety shows. Is this just a coincidence, or are we witnessing top-tier acting?
Erica, as you know,
Here he is. The force was not with the infamous Star Wars holiday special, but the vibes with the book about the disaster are immaculate. Don Rickles between Steve Kozak's son, Kozak at the right, and his wife at the left. So that guy that asked the question is the guy, right? Kid sitting with Don Rickles. That's very suspicious, isn't it? Very suspicious connections. There's no sympathy present in their words. That's what we are dealing with. Are you fucking kidding me? What exactly is turn the temperature down? Is that another word for compliance? It's another word for can't we all just get along? Yeah, better yet, where are my kids? She talks about parenting, but her in-laws are fighting for custody of one of her children. Are they? Just saying, this is one of them things. It's like, why are these things, why is he even a student at that college? It's a very, very, very odd question. Very odd question. She has an unfortunate way about her and her personal style. She shouldn't be out on the road right now, but she's still grieving. Yeah. Fighting for one, but not both? Yeah, I don't know. Erica's been through hell. She doesn't need internet warriors to pile on. I agree. Yeah. This raises so many questions. Can someone explain to me why Hunter Kozak, the guy who was asking Charlie Kirk's last question before he died, is seen practicing being surprised before the event started? I also find it weird Hunter is the son of Steve Kozak, a director at the Jimmy Kimmel Show. Another fun fact about Hunter Kozak, he's an active member and contributor to the Unfuck America tour, whose organization claims to be the official counter-narrative to Turning Point USA. Oh.
Remember him? So you know the kid who was asking Charlie Kirk a question?
Hold on, I gotta fix the audio.
Charlie got shot? Remember him? Everyone's feeling bad for him. Yeah, there's video footage of him practicing his reaction
Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? Come on.
before it happened. So when Charlie got shot, his reaction was to put his hands on his head, look shocked, shake a little bit. Yeah, he was doing that. He was practicing that in the crowd. And here's the freaking video. How are you going to deny what you just saw there? How? And you already know what question, he was asking Charlie, right? Remember that? This just confirms what a lot of us have been thinking and what we all think actually happened. Sick.
This is Hunter is a progressive. Here he is. Hunter's a progressive content creator focused on housing crisis, linguistics, philosophy, and social equity. With a background in mathematics and philosophy, he brings sharp critique and thoughtful analysis to conservative ideologies, consistently challenging our ethical foundations, prioritizing outcomes over intentions. Hunter also holds left-leaning creators accountable and pushes for strategies that are not just idealistic but effective. Emphasizing logical consistency, he encourages creators across all the political spectrum to avoid fallacies and factual errors, raising the standard for discourse and debate. Wait, I thought he was a student at the college, so clearly he's not a fucking student at the college. Yeah. Oh, look at it. There's his dad. Oh, he's, Jimmy Kimmel Live, research and clearance director. Oh, what do you know?
So Charlie Kirk, bastion of free speech and the marketplace of ideas, cut off my ticket. So what I'm going to be doing is infiltrating as a Trump supporter. So I just acted confused and said, I don't know what happened with my ticket, but I'd like to buy another one, and got right in.
Well, not the Big Beautiful Bill, but they also defund Planned Parenthood. There you go, that's what I meant. There you go.
Gotcha. What else do you like about the One Big Beautiful Bill?
That it was passed.
That it was passed?
Yeah.
Well, anything particular in it?
No, not really.
Okay. I think a lot of criticisms might, about, like, from the Democrats are that it's adding $3 trillion to the deficit. Do you feel like that? Yeah.
No, it didn't add $3 trillion to the deficit. That's a fucking lie. Does he even know the difference between debt and deficit? Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh. It didn't add shit, by the way. Now you got to check your pool freeze guard. Yeah. Charlie Kirk is in witness protection. Can't they see we are fighting to destroy our? They are fighting to destroy our nation, and where we go is a third world nation. Time to rally, people. Donate $1.99. Make this thing ring. Yeah. She has to be massively confused right now, trying to do things Charlie would have done right now, promoting the book, but she's all over the place emotionally. Her team needs to get her off the road. Corn Pop, that dude died on the stage. The OBB was called the omnibus during Biden administration. Yeah. And I know, Corn Pop, that's what I said. Last person who spoke to Charlie Cook ambushes Erica Kirk with a gotcha question. So we saw it. I don't know. It was the fact that they did it and brought him there. Yeah. Erica's babies need her home. Yes, they do. So let's see. We got this. In a stunning development, Clinton judge orders the DOJ to return all the materials it seized from Comey's media mole. A Clinton-appointed judge on Friday ordered the DOJ to return all the materials it seized from Comey's media mole a week after she blocked federal prosecutors from accessing key evidence. Comey's secret media mole, Daniel Rickman, recently sought to block them from accessing the files. Fed seized the materials from Rickman several years ago and asked the judge to block the DOJ from accessing his files. So sure, you just go to the judge and say, yeah, tell them they can't use the evidence that they collected of the crimes I committed and make them give me back the classified fucking material that Comey gave me. And this judge is ordering the return of classified information. I wonder, does that make the judge guilty of a crime? Ordering DOJ to give this guy back classified material? I would arrest the judge immediately. Arrest the judge. The grand jury in the Eastern District of India indicted him, James Comey, in September. He was indicted on 2 counts, false statements, and obstructing a congressional proceeding. The charges are related to his testimony in 2020. Newly released November 2016 emails reveal Comey was guiding his media mole, Daniel Rickman, and authorized leaks to the media. James Comey knew his friend Daniel Rickman was talking to the media, backing up claims in Lindsay Halligan's case against the former FBI director. On Friday, Judge Colleen Kolar-Catelli, appointed by Clinton, ordered the DOJ to return all the data it seized from Rickman. Is that normal? When the DOJ does an investigation, they get a warrant and they get your stuff, that they have to return it? Yeah, so Trump can't have classified files, but that dude can, I guess. The court concludes that although the petitioner is entitled to return of the improperly seized and searched materials at issue here, he is not entitled to an order preventing the government from using or relying on those materials in a separate investigation or proceeding as long as they are obtained through a valid warrant. They got him in a warrant. They already have him. The government doesn't have to. This is like so retarded. We've heard of this judge before, haven't we? I can't remember. It seems familiar. Oh, we've heard of this judge before, yes. A federal judge ordered the department to return the data it seized. She ruled the material from Rickman, an image of his hard drive and files from his iCloud and Columbia University email accounts, was handled with callous disregard for Rickman's rights. They had a warrant. They got him. Once they got him, they could look at him as many times as they want. They don't have to get a warrant every time they want to look at him. Oh, look at this. Sunshine comes in with $5. Come on, everybody. We're all broke, but $5 won't hurt anybody. And with that, we are now $83 away, folks. Just $83 away from a second additional hour. Getting closer and closer to a second hour. What does she divine as valid? I guess that it's incriminating evidence against Comey is what makes it invalid. It says prosecutors rummaged through the materials without a warrant as they pursued a slapdash case against Comey. It really seems like she's trying to prevent. Sunshine says, sorry, I would have sent Cash App, but I wanted the ones who never give this to you. Don't worry about it. It is, oh, look, this Audra comes in with a gifted membership. Thank you, Audra. Thank you, Audra. And Seagull Gunner received a gifted membership from Audra. Seagull Gunner received a gifted membership from Audra. Thank you so much, Audra. Thank you. And with that, folks, we are now $77 away. $77 away from an extra hour. These judges can't order the DOJ around. It's their boss, for Christ's sake. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Says, if you've got that money, it's wonderful and thank you, but not always have the opportunity to do what you're able to do. Thanks again. Thank you. Didn't the government specifically ask the files to be gone through so they wouldn't violate attorney confidentiality? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. This judge is going to get overturned, I want to say. And Richard Parker comes in with $5. Thank you, Richard Parker, with another $5. That brings us now to $72. $72 away from an additional hour of the show, from the second additional hour of the show. Thank you, Richard. You're amazing. Is she saying they need a second warrant to read the seized materials? That's what she's saying. You got to get I guess she's saying if they have digital files, that every time you look at it, you got to get a new warrant, is what she's claiming, which is beyond retarded. Doesn't make any sense. And then she ordered them to make a copy of everything and give it to her in the court, and they'll hold on to it. And that if they get a warrant, she'll give it back to them. But she's not going to give them a warrant or something, I guess. I don't know. Justice Department responded and said her ruling has effectively enjoined the government from investigating and potentially prosecuting Comey, saying that Rickman had impermissibly used a civil lawsuit to constrain a criminal investigation, which is true. That's what happened. Yes, we're still a long ways away, but we got some time. We got 15 minutes. So stranger things have happened. We got 15 minutes, so we'll see what happens. Epoch Times says DOJ must return to seized data. Judge orders Justice Department to return data used to indict Comey. James Comey says evidence was wrongfully retained, creating a hurdle for new charges. Oh. And then we got this story, which I thought is very, I wanted to cover because it's about Native Americans who actually are, Jim gets raises faster than the union I used to work for. No, I don't. What are you talking about? I haven't changed anything. It's been like this for months, years even. Horrible sign, not rude. Well, why? What happened? We got this. We got rated by We Are the Show. Oh, we got another one. Decimal threat. I didn't see that, huh? So we got another 5. Decimal threat. Another 5 on Rumble. You dirty dog. Here's some money to extend the entertainment. Well, thank you. And so with that, we are now $67 away from a second additional hour. It used to be 75, now 100. Is that on a raise? It was always 100. On my birthday, I lowered it to 75. And then I didn't move it back. And then I said, I got to move it back. But it was always 100. It's all good. If everyone can just give, who doesn't give, there's over 150 people watching. Yes. But thank you, Decimal Threat, for another 5. That was great of you. So check this out. So some Native Americans draw shocked response over contract to design immigration detention centers. J-Rock comes in with another 5. Says, Base Jim. Thanks, Base J-Rock. Thank you. Not ride. What? That puts us at $62 away. $62 away. Thank you so much. Was it now? Not ride? I don't know what that means. Where is Brian when you need him? Hey, everybody, maybe if we clap our hands together real fast, it will appear like Peter Pan. Autocorrect sucks. Thank you, J-Rock. Check this out. So the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, whose ancestors were uprooted by the U.S. and from the Great Lakes region in the 1830s, are facing outrage from fellow Native Americans over plans to profit from another forced removal. People that don't, so they want Indians to not help get people that shouldn't be on the land off the land. Indians that are Americans, and they're citizens of America, and they're proud to be Americans. Why does everyone think that they think the Indians want to be a separate nation? They want to be on their own? They want to go to war? I don't understand. A newly established tribal business entity quietly signed a $30 million federal contract in October to come up with an early design for immigrant detention centers across the U.S. amid the backlash. The tribe says it's trying to get out of it. Tribal leaders in the U.S. Department of Homeland Security haven't responded to detailed questions. About why the firm was selected for such a big contract without having to compete for the work as federal contracting normally requires. A former naval officer who markets himself as a go-to advisor for tribes and affiliated companies seeking to land federal contracts established the affiliate KPB Services in April. Oh, look at this. We got another 2. It says, just fucking with you, Jim. If I didn't, nada. No, you're fine. Thank you for another 2. And with that, folks, we are now $60 away, just $60 away from a second additional hour. Got 11 minutes to go. The countdown. And don't forget, you're getting a half hour for free. Jim wants to go all night. Let's do our part. I can go all night. You can do it. Yes. Potawatomi are from my old stomping grounds. Yes. It also helps if you leave a comment after the show. Yes. Oh, no, I get it. I hope watching and participating helps. My understanding is it can help to channel. You're helping by being here and watching. I hope you enjoy it. American Indians were some of the most bloodthirsty entities in history. The nice tribes of Huron and Algonquin still ate the flesh of their conquered, often when the victims were still alive. Mm-hmm. The criticism has been so intense that the 4,500 members tribe said it fired the economic development leaders who brokered the deal. We are known across the nation now as traitors and treasonous to another race of people, said Ray Rice, 74-year-old, who said he and the other tribal members were blindsided. We're brown and they're brown. Oh, okay, they're brown, but then they realized that on all the paperwork they say they're white. All the paperwork says they're white. What are you doing? Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. That's all that matters. I do this for you guys. ICE deals with tribes generate security. Tribal Chairman Joseph Zeke Rupnick promised full transparency about what he describes as an evolving situation in a video message to tribal members Friday. He said the tribe is talking with legal counsel about ways to end the contract. He alluded to the time when federal agents forcibly moved hundreds of Prairie Band Potawatomi families from their homes and ultimately corralled them on a reservation north of Topeka. We know the Indian reservations were the government's first attempts at detention centers. We were a place because we were prisoners of war. So we must ask ourselves why we would ever participate in something that mirrors the harm and trauma once done to our people. Mm-hmm. If they're brown, then why can't the Redskins be the Redskins? Exactly. U.S. Supreme Court cleared the way in September for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration raids and use apparently ethnicity as a relevant factor. Not as a relevant factor. They said it can be part of the factor. What they look like, where they're working, what they're doing, do they have documentation, do they speak English? With some Native Americans being swept up and detained in recent raids. I'll tell the commies to go fuck themselves on a regular basis. That's right. An LLC owned by the Poor Arch Band of Creek Indians in Alabama also has a multi-million-dollar contract with ICE to provide financial and administrative services. Meanwhile, some shareholders of an Alaskan Native corporation say their values don't align with the corporation's federal contracting division, Akima, to provide security at several ICE detention facilities. I am shocked that there is any tribal nation that's willing to assist the U.S. government, said Brittany McCain, a 29-year-old Muscogee Nation citizen who attends Tribes College in Oklahoma. Sounds like we got a commie problem in the Indian tribes. Maybe we got to go send them back to white man school. $30 million is $30 million. That's right. What type of dog is that, Jim? That is known as a Bella. She is a purebred American Staffordshire Terrier, what the common folk refer to as a pit bull. Last month, the actor Elaine Miles said she was stopped by ICE agents who alleged her ID from the Confederate tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reserve in Oregon was fake. I don't believe her. She's a liar. The economic arms of tribes, which can be run by non-natives, are under increasing pressure to generate revenue because of decreased federal funding, high inflation. If the stipend was accepted, they've accepted the offer. Where's Anthony? If he needs to come in, well, Anthony's probably, Anthony was up drinking late last night, so who knows? So we got decreased federal funding, high inflation, and competition from online gambling. So they want federal funding, even though they've got fucking casinos making them millions of dollars. But the economic opportunities presented to tribes don't often align with their values. Oh. My dog looks really similar to Bella. I now know that pit bulls have a fancy name too. Yes. A petition to Jim. Could we switch to a different metered goal? Do it like a taxi fare, say like $25 every 15 minutes. That's very hard to keep track of, Charles. That's very hard to keep track of. My daughter has a pit bull. He's the sweetest dog in the world. Yeah, Bella's the sweetest dog there is. Look up what the Iroquois did. The term running the gauntlet came from what they did to their own sons when a slave ran the gauntlet. Unreal. Scalping seems calm and kind compared to what they did. Uh-oh, Anthony's here. He says, sorry, I'm late. I'm just getting home from the VFW in football. Who said his name? You made him appear. He's like Beetlejuice, but in a good way. The Prairie Band Potawatomi has a range of businesses to provide healthcare management, staffing, general contracting, and even interior design. Yeah, pit bulls are great dogs until they're not. Yes, If she ever did anything that made me worried about her, I would have to get rid of her. I mean, but she has never done anything. She's never bitten anyone. She's never growled at a person. The tribal offshoot hired by ICE, KPP Services, was an established in Holton, Kansas. It's not listed on the tribe's website. It previously qualified, along with dozens of other companies, to provide logistical support to the U.S. Navy, although to date it hasn't performed any work for the federal government. The ICE contract initially was awarded in October for $19 million for unspecified due diligence concept designs. In accordance with for designs for processing centers and detention centers throughout the U.S. It was modified a month later to increase the payout ceiling to $29.9 million. Sole source contracts above $30 million require additional justification under federal contracting rules. The contract raises a number of questions that seems to go against the Trump administration's stated goal of cleaning up waste, fraud, and abuse. Why? So they just, if they're paying an Indian firm to do work, it's fraud? Some bitch feather and dot Indians have strengths. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The public trust in a federal procurement system depends on transparency. Although there is a role within the system for multi-million-dollar sole source contracts, these contracts are an exception to the statutory competition requirements. It's the mechanism in their jaw, like no other dog, that makes them so dangerous. Yes. But technically, German Shepherds have a stronger bite. Yeah. Bad pit bulls were raised by bad people. Kimberly Collins comes in with 5 gifted memberships from Jim. We're always thinking of you, Anthony. Thank you so much, Kimberly. With those 5, that takes us now to just $30, folks. Just $30 away from a second additional hour. We're a lot closer now than we were. We got 5 minutes to go, and there we go.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
With Anthony's 5 and Kimberly's 5, that gets us 60. So that's the next hour. What do you know? With that, folks, we are now 100 away from a third additional hour, and I will correct the goal post haste on YouTube. And now we got a whole nother hour. Roddies have the highest bite strength. I thought it was German Shepherds. Base chat. Yes, thank you so much. Let's see who got those gifts. German Shepherds can be deadly too, but their jaws don't lock. No, but I think they have the highest pressure, I thought German Shepherds had the highest bite pressure. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been known to be wrong in the past. Let's see. So we got Kimberly sent 5. Tasmanian Rebel received 1 from Kimberly. Do What David D Does. RMIU2FD. American Dreamer 5867. And Big Howard received gifted memberships from Kimberly Campbell. Thank you. And then Anthony sent 5. And then Jamesy O. Jimbo received a gifted membership. Brian Ogden received a gifted membership from Anthony. American Girl USA 777 received a gifted membership from Anthony. ME6391 received a gifted membership from Anthony. And then Death Networks received a gifted membership from Anthony. Math is racist. Yes. So there we go. Math is racist. But we got it. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Kimberly. And he says Roddies have the highest bite strength. Okay. You say so. That cracks me up every time, Jim. Well, crack. I know. You've been lurking, Kim. My friend has an Irish Rollfall, one of the largest dogs in existence. It has sweetest pie all through its life. Gentle giant. When I saw what an IW Jaws could do, I was shocked. Thanks. I need you guys to be here for me tonight. Well, we're here every night. Thank you, Kimberly. Our Savior, Drunk Anthony. Hallelujah. I got Brian. Woo, yes. And not one for Beautiful Cat. No. Well, welcome out of hiding, Kimberly. Yes. Animals, how stuff works. Strongest. Jim, I watched the start. Thank you for eventually pronouncing Bondi correctly. Yeah, Blackroyd, my Australian friend. Thank you. I got it. Bondi. Oh, Bacalaroo. Bondi. I didn't know you guys took names from the Japanese. Did it get named when Japan invaded Australia during World War II? Let's see. How stuff works. Animals, strongest bite. Let's see. Well, let's see. We're gonna look at that because that's how we roll here. That's how we roll. But first, I have to do this. I have to go in here and go start another goal. 20 super chats for 1 hour. We are now 100 away from a third additional hour. Start that goal. And away we go. That was Darwin. The Japanese bombed the top end. Okay. Is that a challenge? Should I try to gift more? How is Jim feeling? Jim is feeling great. Jim is ready to roll. Wow, what do you know? Instagram disconnected at 4 hours, exactly when it was supposed to. What's so nice about the late night streams is we get some Australian friends joining. Yes, that was Darwin. Yes, it was. Is that a challenge? Should I gift more? You can gift as many as you want. I saw a Roddy bite a cyclone fence and crunch it like it was nothing. I will tell you this, though. When, like, you know, those indestructible toys they sell, the Kongs, Bella can destroy that in a matter of minutes. Like 2-3 minutes, it's destroyed. She just rock, and it's gone. Like, there's not a toy in the world that if she wants to destroy that she can't destroy. That's all. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say about that. Arguments that Kangol has a 743 psi bite force, not the Anatolia. Okay. The African lion bite is about 650 pounds. My dog's is about 740. Oh, wow. No disrespect. Gold Star is heavy. The Tibetan Mastiff. I always wanted a Mastiff. I really did. I just never had the opportunity. Oh, what happened? No, that wasn't. No, not this one. That wasn't supposed to do that. This was supposed to do this. What happened? It crashed. No wonder. Instagram crashed. Instagram crashed. Oh, okay. You found that the black Kongs are usually the ones that last longer. Cane Corso, the Italian Mastiff. So let's see. What determines a bite force? Although there's some 2020 study examined the relationship between bite force and jaw shape. So Central Asian Shepherd Dog, 500. That's a pretty dog. A Perro de Presa Canario, 540. That's a tough-looking dog. A Tibetan Mastiff, 550. Caucasian Shepherd Dog, 550. English Mastiff, 552. That's like that dog that ate the seat. What was that dog called? A Black Russian Terrier, 556. Wow. A Tosa, 556. A Dogu de Bordeaux, 556. That's the dog from that movie with Tom Hanks. What's that called? French Mastiff. Okay. A Cane Corso, 700 PSI. That's a strong dog. And an Anatolian Shepherd Dog, 743. Wow. See? Zeus has been the biggest dog in the world on multiple occasions. Okay. Tallest dog breed, strongest dog breeds, scariest dog breeds, reputation versus reality. Oh, let's look at this. Reputations versus reality. Let's see. A Mastiff is 3 bears in a trench coat. Yeah. Tibetan Mastiffs look like bears. I'm in New England. We are dealing with things like Australian is with Bondi Beach. I have nothing to do with either. If I was there, I think things would be different and better. The Argentinian doggo has a 1,200-pound bite force, bred for hunting lyres and wild boar. Well, what's up with the hooch? Cane Corso is man's best ally. Turner and Hooch. That was it. Turner and Hooch. That was the movie. Yeah, Turner and Hooch. That was that French. Isn't the Tibetan Mastiff the one that Hassan electrocutes all the time? Maybe. Wow, KPT was not wrong this time. No. A volleyball named Wilson, Turner and Hooch. I want a giant Russian bear dog breed again. Argentinian something or other. Tibetan, no, it was Argentinian something. Russian, rep versus reality, please. Yes. Yes, Bondi. Russian wolfhound. So, oh, wait, what is this? How am I still... What is going on? Why is it the wrong... What is happening? I'm not sharing this. Something is wrong here. So something is fucked up in StreamYard. All right, I got it. Something's wrong here. Something's fucked up. We were just listening to Jim. There was cheese on a donut. Yeah, but that wasn't what I was sharing. That's what I'm saying. It was showing me I was sharing something else, yet it was sharing that. It was weird. It was very weird. All right, here we go. This is what it was supposed to be. This is what I was sharing. It said I was sharing this, but that's not what it... Guess what the Russian bear dog is called? Caucasian Shepherd. Yeah, something like that. Does the Chinese government even allow anyone to buy Tibetan anything? The Chinese have done everything possible to destroy Tibet. Anyway, Tibetan mastiffs show how rich they are. Yes, we could see the melting cheese. I don't know why. It wasn't supposed to be that way. What's this? NX, JD, Schnid. Look at that pretty dog. Certain dogs have a reputation for being aggressive dogs across the board. In reality, a canine's training and environment have much bigger impact on the pooch's behavior. Some dogs just look scary or have reputations built on raw power, aggression, or history. When people talk about the scariest dog breeds, that usually means dogs that look intimidating or have been involved in serious incidents. Yeah, that's sort of like Bella. That's like a red nose. A scary breed doesn't guarantee a dangerous dog. In fact, with proper training and early socialization, even the most feared dogs can be loyal companions. American Pit Bull Terriers. They're called. That's not their name, though. The breed tops many lists of most dangerous, known for its muscular build and powerful bite, is the American Pit Bull Terrier. Was originally bred for blood sports such as bull baiting and dog fighting, and was later used to hunt wild game like feral hogs. Despite their intimidating reputation, pit bulls can be gentle with proper training, but poor handling or abuse often leads to aggressive behavior and fatal dog attacks. Rottweilers. Rottweilers are powerful dogs with a long history as guard dogs and working dogs. Their size, bite force, and protective instinct make them intimidating dogs, especially to unfamiliar dogs or people. Consistent training from a young age and physical stimulation are crucial for managing their strong instinct to protect family members. Cobra-shaped head, not for me. Doberman Pinschers. Fast, smart, and alert, Pinschers were originally bred as personal protection and guard dogs, developed by a 19th century tax collector to guard himself and his property. Their sleek frame, cropped ears, and alert stance make them seem very scary. Without basic obedience training and mental stimulation, Dobermans may exhibit aggressive behavior towards other animals or people. The German Shepherd. The German Shepherd is a popular breed used in police and military roles. Well, actually, it's not really German Shepherd. It's a Belgian Malinois are the ones that are used often for the police. Those are the ones. Sturdy dogs known for their loyalty and intelligence, but can be dangerous dogs if not properly trained. They require constant training and socialization to prevent aggressive tendencies, especially around other pets and smaller animals. The Tasa Inu. Pretty dog. It's a Japanese fighting dog bred for dog-on-dog combat. These dogs are massive and stoic and intimidating reputation. Rarely seen outside of Japan, they have been banned in several countries because they are classified as a dangerous fighting dog. Only experienced owners with a firm grasp on responsible ownership should consider such a dog. American Bulldog. Stocky, muscular American Bulldogs were originally bred as an all-purpose farm dog, often used to hunt and catch wild boar. Without proper training and early socialization, American Bulldogs can exhibit aggressive behavior due to their strong protective instincts. The Presa Canario. That almost looks like Bella, except for the colors. Breed was developed to protect livestock in the Canary Islands with a powerful bite and assertive temperament. The Presa Canario has a fearsome reputation due to its strong protective instincts and potential for aggression if not properly trained. A Doberman's the only dog that jumped the fence, crossed the street just to bite me, and all I was doing was walking home. I was 12. I got bit by a dog like that, but it was a little dog. It was a Jack Russell Terrier that used to climb the fence and chase me home when I was in the 3rd grade. They're all smart dogs. But I had a Dane that had been maltreated and malnourished, and that was the dumbest dog on the planet. We loved it anyway. A few weeks ago, I watched a video of one of those doggo Argentinos grab a mountain lion by the neck and just drag it down the rocky path on the side of a mountain. Mink men use dogs trained at mink to hunt rats. Okay. Alaskan Malamute. Often lumped in with gentle giants, Alaskan Malamutes have been a pretty strong prey drive and can be aggressive towards smaller animals. The intimidating dogs were bred to haul heavy loads in freezing climates without enough physical stimulation. They can turn destructive. That's different than a husky, right? Chow Chow. Fierce, fluffy but fierce Chow Chows have more than a cute face, known for their loyalty. Chow Chows can become aggressive if they feel threatened. Wolf hybrids. Mixing domestic dogs with wolves creates unpredictable results. Wolves retain strong instinct to roam and hunt. While they are kept as pets, they are not considered safe around children. Their behaviors can mimic wild animals, making them scary. Wow. Jack Russells need a job. Well, I was chased by a Doberman pinscher that literally pinched my butt with her teeth. They didn't have Akitas in here. They didn't have let's just say ETOH, first and only warning. I don't know. The Dane had been locked in a camper in the heat while he was growing. I hope the owner's in hell. You were on a bicycle. Wow. Jack Russells were known as ratters when I was growing up, and they were farm dogs. They did a better job of getting rid of rats than any cat. Yeah. Yeah, supposedly they're really good around horses and stuff too, but this was one that was just in a yard, and it would climb the fence. Like, come blurb, climb the fence. You have a bratty Shih Tzu. Yeah. A lot of people like Ocelopsos too. Ocelopsos or whatever they're called. Okay. We got this story. Congress drags its feet. On a full year of funding bills, risking another government shutdown. It's funny. Jim didn't get that, but some people in chat understand. ETO? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Despite only having to the end of January to pass the remaining 9 annual. Ocelopso sounds like a monster Godzilla has to fight. You've been drinking? Okay. I get it. So Congress has made minimal progress. The House is not planning on advancing anything before its Christmas recess, with all the leadership's focus on a health care plan. Republicans unveiled the text of the plan, the Lower Healthcare Premiums for All Americans Act, Friday, a counter proposal to the Democrats' failed bill to extend the Obamacare subsidies. Meanwhile, it's currently stuck on alcohol. Oh, okay. Ethanol. Okay. Earmarks. Republicans fighting over earmarks Congress has only 7 weeks to find a solution before the government runs out of money. Well, the minibus, which has not been publicly released yet, purportedly has $5 billion in earmarks. Wow. The package included fiscal year funding for 2026 for federal agencies, transportation, housing, and all these other things. Most federal government agencies are still running off appropriation levels for fiscal year 2024. Congress never passed a real budget in 2025, instead punting forward the shutdown deadline via 3 consecutive continuing resolutions. The government then shut down in October when Democrats refused to vote on a 4th CR. A record-long 43-day shutdown, enough Democrats voted to reopen the government. So, didn't know the government has money. No, they don't, really. They really don't. Looks like Florida and Texas sue the federal government, saying abortion drugs interfere with state laws. It says the FDA decisions on drugs availability by mail puts women and girls in harm's way. That's the mifepristone or something like that. I don't know. Florida and Texas have filed a lawsuit challenging more than 2 decades of federal government decisions that cleared the way for the use of abortion drugs and said the availability of drugs through the mail has interfered with state laws designed to prevent abortions. You know, see, I don't understand, because if states like California and New York and all these other states can say you can't ship ammunition into the state, which is, right in the Constitution, why would you be able to ship drugs in that a state doesn't want? The United States FDA is responsible for protecting the public health and ensuring that drugs are safe and effective, yet the FDA's approval and deregulation of abortion drugs have placed women and girls in harm's way. The 120-page lawsuit, partially quoting from federal law, says the lawsuit focuses on a mifepristone, a drug that stops pregnancies. Another drug, misoprostol, is used to induce contraction and cause women's bodies to expel tissue. ACLU blasted the lawsuit, saying, "No, we have to kill the babies." The lawsuit has nothing to do with the safety of the medication and just makes it harder for people to get an abortion. Should it be easy? Should be hard. Politicians in Texas and Florida are asking for a nationwide ban. No, they're just saying, they're not asking for a nationwide ban. They're saying that if someone like a doctor in New York is prescribing it to people in Texas and Florida, that doctor should be able to go to jail if it's against the law in Florida and Texas. That's what they're saying. They're being protected and shielded by New York right now. As an example, it said in 2016, changes extended a maximum gestational period for use of the drugs from 49 days to 70 days and allowed non-physicians to dispense the drugs. Tiny dogs are part bear trap, mouse trap. Their bite can be triggered by just a hair's breadth of touch. For example, it said the government did away with the in-person dispensing requirement. FDA's action violated federal law known as the Administrative Procedures Act, which directs the process for agencies to set rules. Also contends the 1873 law known as the Comstock Act prevents sending abortion drugs through the mail. More important shit than this stupid shit. Okay. So, debates on it have ramped up in the U.S. since the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe. So, Florida law took effect, prevents abortions after 6 weeks with limited exceptions. Bars physicians using telehealth to perform abortions, requires in-person dispensing of abortion drugs. So that's what they're suing over. Now we're just going to briefly talk about this. U.S. forces raid a ship heading to Iran as Iran seizes an oil tanker. So Iran seized an oil tanker. KBT says Plan B has to be taken within 48 hours. It forces a period if a fertilized egg has nowhere to embed, and that abortion isn't that an abortion before implantation? Yeah, that's one thing. But these are other drugs. It's not the Plan B drugs. You can get Plan B drugs in Florida. They sell them at the gas station. You don't need, for the Plan B stuff, you don't need a prescription or nothing. Just get them at the gas station here. Now, but the other stuff that they can take up to 70 days later. Oh, you're talking about the states suing, not your coverage. Oh, okay. But the other stuff, what's going on is there's a doctor in New York that keeps sending them to people in like Texas and Florida, like by New York law, which says they can take them at any time or stuff like that. So it's fucked. And they actually charged the person with a crime in Texas, and they're trying to get them extradited, but New York said no. So yeah, so Iran seized a tanker, and so did the U.S. So that's interesting, right? Iran seizes tanker in Gulf of Oman, suspected of smuggling. Iran seized a foreign oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman and suspects of carrying smuggled fuel. Said 18 crew members have been detained. The vessel was carrying 6 million liters of fuel, roughly 37,000 barrels. It follows Iran's interception last month of Lara, a Marshall Island flag tanker that passed through Strait of Hormuz. The vessel was released days later without its cargo. Iranian authorities frequently detain ships in southern waters as part of its efforts to curb fuel smuggling. The latest seizure didn't immediately appear to be retaliatory or targeted. And then Zelensky hints Ukraine may be ready to make major concessions to end the war. But 48 hours and you could not yet know. Well, no, the thing with the Plan B thing is supposed to be, remember the last time that happened? Yeah, Operation Praying Mantis, anyone? When we sunk half of Iran's Navy in 6 hours? Proportionate response? Yeah. Iran seized one of our tankers. No. This was not one of our tankers. This supposedly was one of a tanker that was smuggling Iranian fuel, supposedly. So far, it doesn't look like face versus keyboard. Yeah. Liberals not producing is a good thing. Conservatives are going to multiply. But the thing about the Plan B is you're supposed to if you have unprotected sex, you're supposed to just take it the next day. That's the whole purpose of it. Like, I had unprotected sex, just take it, just to be sure. That's what that is. We taught Iran reassembly line during World War II and reminded them they can't be nuclear in 2024. Zelensky hints they may be ready to make concessions. Zelensky indicated Sunday his country might be willing to accept that it can't join NATO. Well, it can't join NATO if the U.S. says it can't join NATO. That's how that works. Some partners from the U.S. and Europe did not support this direction. Bilateral security guarantees between Ukraine and the U.S., like Article 5 guarantees for us and from the U.S. and security guarantees from you. We are not fucking giving Ukraine Article 5 guarantees. That's retarded. Opportunity to prevent another Russian invasion. This guy's going to end up in prison if he doesn't watch out. It's already a compromise from our part. Oh, it's a compromise that we won't let you in our... That's old. Person ID, no. But Ukraine's leader griped that overall the negotiations aimed at ending Kremlin's deadly aggression aren't about giving his people a fair deal. The conversations taking place right now about a fair deal. They're about power. These are ships referred to as ghost fleets that bring sanctions and are often false flagged. Okay. Yes, he can't accept a peace deal. He would lose power after he has to allow elections again. Yeah. I'm more than a decade after needing Plan B. Article 5, that's the same as joining NATO. Yeah, no shit. If these were truly fair negotiations, the focus would be on pushing Moscow for its war crimes. Oh. Ukrainian leaders said a ceasefire will be a central part to upcoming talks. Kupiansk retaken by Ukraine. Okay. But did you know that Odessa was still on the menu? Trump took several swipes at Zelensky last week, alleging that his Ukrainian counterpart hasn't read the latest terms of the peace deal, calling for new elections in Ukraine despite logistical and constitutional challenges. Zelensky is set to participate in talks with U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Berlin summit is important. We're meeting with Americans and Europeans. The alliance format matters to us, and believe me, we've done a lot to bring these parties together. What? Unfortunately, this moment demands respect for strength, not values. If we're talking about honesty, values, and international law, Russia would have been condemned 10 years ago for invading Ukraine's sovereign territory. That didn't happen. There were only words. How about we leave NATO? We don't need to be the world's police, especially if we aren't paid and respected for doing it. That's right, we should. Actually, someone filed papers for us to leave NATO. Thomas Massey did it, believe it or not. The 20-kilometer advance by Russia is 2.5 years. They are losing. Okay. Later, negotiators drafted a 19-point plan that was friendlier to the Ukrainians, but had sticking points that the Russians promptly rejected. The main issue appears to be territorial concessions. The Russians want roughly 14% of the Donbass region still controlled by Ukraine. Zelensky has argued that he doesn't have the power to agree to that without a vote from his people, though he has expressed some openness to making it a demilitarized zone. Some experts are concerned that if Russia were to take the rest of the Donbass, it would have an easier time cutting deeper into Ukraine in the future. Well, here's the thing. There's a river there. The river is the dividing point. That's the natural barriers to river. I have a feeling, it's a sticking suspicion, that if this peace deal doesn't get done, you're going to see Ukraine start taking a lot more hits from Russian hypersonics. This just says, Zelensky ditches NATO ambition ahead of peace talks. This is good. Joe Biden still struggling to raise money for his presidential library. No new donations in all of 2024. Joe Biden hasn't raised any money. Look at this guy. He hasn't raised any money for his library. In September, it was revealed that Joe Biden wants to build his presidential library in Delaware. At the time, we suggested that raising the money for his project was going to be a challenge for him, and we were right about this one, of course. The New York Times is now reporting that the Biden Library Foundation did not bring in a single new donation in the entire year of 2024. Right now, the U.S. is controlling NATO. If we leave, we lose that control. Not good. If we leave NATO, there is no NATO. You do realize that, right? I think Joey's got enough money. Me too. They have not shared the information of 2025, which suggests it's probably not much better. The project seems pointless on its face. What is going to be featured in a library? An auto pen? Pictures of thousands of people rushing to the southern border? Biden has raised what little of what he needs to build a library. Maybe China will pay for it. Get him a pop-up book or something. Maybe China will pay for it. The filings with the Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Biden's Library Foundation revealed that it had not received any new donations in 2024. The foundation was still seated entirely with the $4 million left over from his inauguration in 2021. The Library Foundation declined to say what it had raised. It said Biden was now only beginning to actively raise money. He is holding the first event for the potential library donors on Monday in Washington's Georgetown neighborhood. Still, Biden's foundation told the IRS this year it expected to bring in just $11.3 million total by the end of 2027. That would be far below the pace set by other recent presidents and far less than $200 million that Biden aides say they wanted to raise eventually. Can't sleep. Good thing the shop is closed. He needs to empty some of the Chinese money out of his own pockets. Yeah. China said Russia can't lose, which tells me Russia must lose. Well, we need to leave the UN because they're pushing all this woke crap in the Green New Deal, which to bring Agenda 2030. Yes. Biden was the greatest president of lifetimes and deserves to be on Mount Rushmore. Biden, hey, can you spare some change for our library? Dems, crickets. Biden has raised little what he needs, so yeah. Perhaps Hunter could sell some artwork to help raise money. I'm old enough to remember when this was painting sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bill Clinton compares Joe Biden to George Washington. Are you ready?
Aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president.
Oh, an improbable turn.
And we were...
An improbable turn. Is he admitting that they stole the fucking election? Is he admitting that they stole the fucking election? He had an improbable turn that made him president. Yeah. China poisoned the whole fucking world with a virus, and Biden became president from his basement. Huh. All the rhinos need to start their own damn party. They already have a mascot. Yes, they do. Sounds like it, right? He's admitting it? Trump should have brought Monica a front row ticket. Monica's, once Ukraine is done, then dissolve NATO. Yeah, so let's hear what else.
In the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And
what? AKA cheating.
He strengthens our alliances for peace and
oh my God.
Security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And
he was pushed
George
out.
Washington knew that, and he did it.
Oh.
And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy.
Oh, whatever. We're not going to watch any more of this, so we're going to... So what gives? Dems who say Biden was the greatest president aren't ponying up anything for his library? Womp, womp, womp. According to Democrats, Biden's the greatest president of the 21st century or possibly of all time. He was such a great president, Joe's party wouldn't let him run for re-election and shoved him out the door. But they won't stop the gaslighting. Joe Biden's the best president we ever had. What do you know? Yeah. And they won't give him any money. Is Monica still around? The Clintons have a reputation. Monica's still around. She's still a Democrat. She's still a Democrat. Yeah, so did Trump. Bill has evidence that could lead to the conviction of Hillary. That's right, Jim. Thank you for turning it off. Yeah. All I did was fuck an apprentice with a cigar. Yes. Clinton needs to go back to hiding under a rock, stupid fuck. Well, they're being subpoenaed. They're being subpoenaed to come in. They're going to be held in contempt if they don't show up. Let's see. I forgot to play this from earlier. Paint like a feminist. How to paint like a feminist.
Of John Burke's Paint Like a Feminist. So let's get started. Let's go ahead and run those colors across the screen like my handy-dandy producer's going to do for me. He's such a good producer. I don't know where I'd be without him. We got Menstrual Cycle Red. Yeah, you knew that was coming. We've got Prettiest Green, because we always like to showcase just how better we are than other people. And then we've got Black. I'll let you do the math on that one. So let's get started. So people always ask me, John, when I want to paint like a feminist, what kind of tools do I want to use for this trade? And I always tell them, to be a good feminist, you got to have a good ample supply of tools surrounding you. So the first tool we're not going to use is the 2-inch Asian brush, because that's too oppressive. So instead, we're going to use our tiny millimeter brush. It's less phallic-like and less oppressive. Let's get into it. So we're just going to do snide little strokes there. There we go. Look how it's blending with that white. Oh, it's pretty right there. Such a happy little white and red. I get asked often sometimes of, John, can a man be a feminist? And I have to tell them, it's like, well, if you take a second and pop the ding-dong out of your mouth, I'll explain it to you. You take one good look at Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and the answer to that is no, because people just think you're gay. Moving on. There we go. You see how it's kind of blending real good with that white there. It's giving it that good vagina hat looking pink. That's awesome. It's what we're going for right there. Such a happy little vagina pink. So we're going to move on now and use our next color, which is use that green right there. And that green kind of, in my mind, represents that all that money we lost in that gender pay gap that still exists, even though nobody can prove it actually does. So let's go ahead and keep going with it. There we go. Nice, happy little dots for the eyes. That's beautiful right there. Reminds me of the color that a lot of those feminists like to use to dye their hair with, to detract from the fact that they're hideous-looking creatures that I wouldn't touch with Hillary's penis and Barack Obama pushing. That's right. Let's keep going now. So now we're going to go to our final little color here. Gonna get some black there. Gonna smear it around. Silent black. Reminds me of the color of those dresses they wore at the Golden Globe Awards, the hashtag #MeToo. All those actresses out there putting their mouths around ding-dongs to get movie roles and coming out later and saying they were raped. No, that doesn't make you a rape victim. It just makes you a whore. Let's keep painting. Oh, this is turning out really nice. That's a lot of black in there. There we go. It almost takes like an abstract approach to maybe taking an inside look at Rose McGowan's soul. Oh, it's beautiful, but not really. And we're almost done here. We're just gonna close this in. There we go. That's nice, really pretty. Pretty little masterpiece. So now you think we're probably almost done, but not quite. We still have to add the one ingredient that a lot of feminists have quite a lot of. Hate. There you have it. Paint like a feminist.
All right, what do you know? So we got this. Let's do this. I'm going to open some more tabs here. Okay. All right, look at this. Donald Trump, Crowder, and Ahur. Yes. I'm sorry. I found that funny as shit. I know you sent this to me before, and I forgot to play it. That's why I played it now. Because, huge. Donald Trump says his administration is about to release truckloads of evidence proving the 2020 election was rigged by Democrats. He says he has evidence Gavin Newsom is rigging California elections with mail-in ballots. They're professionals at cheating because we won in 2016 by a lot, and the election was rigged in 2020. We have seen the ammunition, all the stuff, and you'll see it coming out. It's coming out in truckloads. California, more than any other place, is so rigged. It's such a rigged election, and the vote in California was legitimate, which it's not. They have 38 million ballots. Everything is mail-in votes. They mail out 38 million ballots, and they come in, and where the hell do they all go? Where'd they come from? It's a rigged election in California because we know we would win California by a lot.
That's all they're good at cheating in elections, very good at cheating. They're professionals at cheating because we won in 2016 by a lot. The election was rigged in 2020. We have all the ammunition, all the stuff, and you'll see it come out. It's coming out in truckloads. And California's election, New York also, but California more than any other place is so rigged. It's such a rigged election. You know, we won the Hispanic vote. So a lot of people say Republican wouldn't win California, but I won the Hispanic vote. I won in Miami. Think of that. In Miami, I won the Hispanic vote. Along the Texas border, I won every single city or town touching the Texas border, and they're 85 to 90% Hispanic. We won the Hispanic vote. If the vote in California was legitimate, which it's not, they have 38 million ballots. Everything is mail-in voting. They mail out 38 million ballots, and they come in. Where the hell do they go, and where do they come from? It's a rigged election in California because we would win California by a lot. And again, they feel they have the advantage with Hispanic. They don't.
Yeah, they don't. According to the engineers who helped design and build the system, there are 14 different tools for stealing an election that are built into the system. 14. Dominion was sold in September. No details given, but there are faint signs of DOJ involvement. The city's Republican election director, Ed Martin, a Trump ally, chaired the board of elections during Ledecky's tenure. Oh, what do you know? Ed Martin. Good morning, America. How are you? Oh, what do you know? Eagle Ed Martin. DOJ. Again, according to the engineers who helped design and build the system, there are 14 different tools for stealing an election that are built into the system. 14. If you're using Smartmatic automatic election software, which is built into Dominion and other voting machines, you have 14 elements to work with. As the engineers explained, you can use not 12, 9, or 4 in one particular district and 14, 16, 2 in another. It all depends on how many votes you want to flip and what districts you're targeting. And most importantly, it depends on detailed analysis of poll books. The steal is planned a year in advance, meaning specific. The winners are selected with the target districts and desired results by voting group and determined a year before the election. Stolen Election of Democracies Worldwide by Ralph Bazzulio, New York Times bestseller. Highly recommend. All right. Look at this. Here's the famously loyal Lindsey Graham is not known for, which you keep hearing about and going to cost MAGA. He says Donald Trump should rescind his endorsement for disloyalty, and Trump voters in South Carolina should vote for Dan for the Senate. Give me a minute to why. What? If not, they will regret it. Lindsey Graham is now criticizing President Trump's major peace deal to end the war in Gaza. He wants the fighting to resume. I reject this board of peace. The idea that we would rebuild Gaza before Hamas has been disarmed and destroyed makes no sense.
As to Gaza, I reject a board of peace. I reject rebuilding Gaza until Hamas has been disarmed and destroyed. So this idea that we would rebuild Gaza before Hamas has been disarmed and destroyed makes no sense to me. As to Gaza,
So he disagrees with Trump. Wow. All right, here we go, people. It's what you all been waiting for. Illegal alien roundup. It's been 2 weeks since the last roundup. Here's a rundown of the top 25 cases I've come to light. I'll post the links and replies. Look at all these. Sarasota, Harris County, Texas, Marion County, Indiana. The list goes on and on and on. Robert Barnes says the voting machines are not an issue. So clearly Dominion Smartmatic story is fake news. Yeah, Robert Barnes says a lot of things. Lindsay's been sucking off Israel, yes. Pink Floyd, try to remember the title. That was for Anthony. Oh, okay. Yeah, Barnes wrong again. Barnes says a lot of shit, man. Now look at all these white people. Look at all the white people getting arrested. Look at them all. Happy Christmas, war is over. Wait, that wasn't Pink Floyd. So Los Angeles County, illegal alien kills a canine, dies in a shootout. I'm told by ICE sources that the 18th Street gang member who shot and killed Burbank PD Spike after a foot pursuit is a Salvadoran illegal alien. Oh. He killed Spike. Let's see. The write-up on what happened. As usual, no Los Angeles media has made any mention of his legal status. Man accused was documented gang member. I have not words to describe. They killed a beautiful dog. Yeah. Miami-Dade, Florida. Man on detainer accused of double stabbing.
Two people are in the hospital this morning after a stabbing in Homestead. It happened near Northwest 4th Avenue last night. Police say the suspect left the area, but they later found a possible suspect in handcuffs there. Seen in that video, neighbors say they're shocked that something like this could happen, especially on Thanksgiving.
Heartbreaking, yeah, like scary. And we heard the ambulances, the cops, and then we just look out the side. We saw somebody like come out on a stretcher.
Two people are in the hospital this morning after a stabbing in Homestead. It happened near Northwest 4th Avenue last night.
Yeah, I was pissed about that. I shut it off after that too. Barnes could actually be doing things instead of what he's doing if he really, thought. But Barnes is very bombastic. Deschutes County, Oregon, truck driver. Legal alien Indian truck driver accused of killing newlyweds in a crash.
Say a truck driver charged in a deadly crash on Highway 20 last week is in the U.S. illegally. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed tonight ICE filed an arrest warrant for 32-year-old Rajinder Kumar of Fresno, California. Here's an image of Rajinder. The Department of Homeland Security says he's originally from India. Oregon State Police say Kumar's semi jackknifed on Highway 20 last week. Two people drove into it and were killed. 25-year-old William Carter of Springfield and 24-year-old Jennifer Lower of John Day. The newlyweds had just married 16 days earlier. Court records show Kumar faces 2 counts of criminally negligent homicide. He's in the Deschutes County Jail tonight amid a passport issue. Federal authorities say ICE will seek custody if he's released.
Forsyth County, North Carolina. Man accused of shooting 2. People shot on Pollo Road Saturday. Miguel Rodriguez Flores was arrested.
Michael Rodriguez Flores is charged with assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. Police say he shot 2 people in a car on Polo Road Saturday. They both survived. Police say Rodriguez Flores did know the victims. He's being held in jail without bond. Michael Rodriguez Flores is charged with
Man, a detainer accused of assaulting woman, Sarasota County, Baltimore. Enrique Pino Salcedo was arrested after being accused of breaking into 3 different apartments at night and assaulting women in 2 while the significant others slept. Documents show that he woke the women in a second apartment in her bed while sexually assaulting her. He was chased from the residence. A third home, a similar story played out. So this guy broke in to 3 homes and assaulted women. Booking sheet. Oh, what do you know? He's a white guy. Pino Salcedo Bamero Enrique. White man, male, unknown, in Sarasota, Florida. You don't look white to me. But that's just me. Harris County, Texas. Man on detainer accused of killing girlfriend.
Crystal Rose Ramirez's family is devastated. Court records show her boyfriend, Jesus Varela, recruited his nephew to dispose his girlfriend's body. He is charged with tampering with a corpse, assault involving a family member, and unlawful restraint, but he's not charged with murder, leaving her family with a lot of questions.
Right now I feel anger, I feel depressed, I feel like it doesn't happen, it ain't real, and I just cry every day. And I cry in the morning, I cry at night.
Ricardo Ramirez overcome with emotions as he speaks about his only daughter, Crystal Rose Angel Ramirez. He says police found her body shoved in a barrel after being tossed in the woods. He says his daughter's suspected killer is her on and off boyfriend, Jesus Varela.
They said he was asleep, and he shot her while she was asleep, and then started bagging her up.
During court, officials said on December 1st, Varela allegedly tried forcing his nephew to help hide his girlfriend's body in the mattress her body had been lying on. Investigators say he grabbed his nephew by the shirt.
Allegedly stated you'd already killed one person and wanted to kill another.
Ramirez's father says a woman who knows the nephew notified authorities. Records show Varela was arrested over the weekend. It wasn't until Wednesday that Ramirez's body was found in a wooded area in northwest Houston.
She didn't deserve this. She,
A lot of anybody
she
know.
helped the whole world. She helped strangers.
Yeah, help strangers, the whole world. Marion County, Indiana man and detainer arrested for involved in a death. Thursday, we got Angel Salvador Franco was arrested for leaving the scene of an accident. So let's see. He left the scene of an accident. 18-year-old Ricardo, fatal hit and run. And he's a male, black, brown. He's race is white. Oh, they tried to split the baby, Joe. They got white, but ethnicity Hispanic or Latino. So they got him as white, but Hispanic or Latino. They tried to split the baby. Knox County, Tennessee. Illegal alien accused of killing 2 in a DUI crash.
39-year-old man has now been charged after a deadly crash on Maynardville Highway Thursday that left 2 people dead. According to court records, a witness reported Jose Roberto Rivera Ricarte leaving a bar appearing to be impaired. Deputies soon stopped his vehicle on Maynardville Highway, but Ricarte fled, crossed a median, and then crashed into 2 vehicles in a turn lane. Deputies said Ricarte showed signs of impairment and gave conflicting statements about drinking before failing field sobriety tests. He later became combative with hospital staff, according to investigators. Now, Ricarte faces multiple charges, including 2 counts of vehicular homicide by intoxication. Authorities say he had no driver's license or insurance and is also being held for immigration offenses.
Immigration. Let's see. We'll look and see. I can't remember if it says he's a white guy. What do you think? Doesn't say. Doesn't say. Well, that would work. Davidson County, Tennessee man and detained arrested for homicide. A lot of murders by illegals.
Breaking news alert. Metro Police make 2 arrests in a deadly shooting investigation, one of them with the victim's own brother.
Jose Lopez Rivas was killed last week on Woodbine Street. Detectives identified
That's my first name,
Rivaldo
Marion.
Tobar as the shooter. He was arrested today in charge of homicide.
Lopez Rivas' brother, Edgar Lopez, is also charged with evidence tampering and making false statements. Police say he was there during the shooting. Video showed him helping Sistobar move Lopez Rivas' body.
Wow. Let's see. So they were arrested. So this guy, let's see. Yeah, he looks white, right? Medium security, race white. Yeah, he's a white guy. Another white guy. Sistobar Rivaldo David, another white guy. What do you know? And then Charleston, South Carolina, man and detained arrested for murder of ex-girlfriend. He's murdering his ex-girlfriend, this guy.
The Charleston County coroner says 34-year-old Laurie Solar was killed on Monday. North Charleston police have charged Luis Ocanto in her death. Investigators say he killed Solar at her apartment on Dorchester Road, then stole her car. Officers in Georgia stopped Ocanto for speeding and took him into custody.
Took him into custody. Let's see. I'm going to guess he's labeled as white, too. What do you say? What do you think? He kind of looks like he could pass as white, so. Yeah, white male. Another white male. Middlesex County, Massachusetts, illegal alien arrested for a crosswalk hit and run.
Away from the illuminated crosswalk on Broadway Street in Everett, where police say a 63-year-old woman was thrown nearly 80 feet by a hit-and-run driver Sunday morning around 8.
The way these people fly up and down the street, doesn't matter what time of day or night.
Day or night, doesn't matter. They fly up and down the streets. Well, let's just see if it's going to show what he is. No, it's not going to show. All right. King County, Washington, illegal alien trucker arrested for vehicular homicide. Semi-truck driver arrested deadly crash is another illegal alien. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Another illegal alien entered the U.S. illegally, killed somebody. Well, he looks like, what are they going to classify him as? One dead, faces vehicular homicide charges. The sister, yeah, news coverage. Yeah, it's the sister. There was a GoFundMe. We looked at this the other day. Man, a detainer accused of stabbing man to death.
The victim of a March homicide on Devoncourt Place in Jamestown has been identified as 33-year-old Jose Margarito Alvarez Espinal of Honduras. Yoni Cifuentes Perez is accused of stabbing Alvarez Espinal in the heart on the night of March 8th. Deputies say it happened in a camper behind a house, and Alvarez Espinal was pronounced deceased at the scene.
All right, so he was pronounced deceased at the scene. Let's see. What do we think? Let's look. Is it going to show us? It's going to show us what he is. Here we go. Here he is. I don't know. Let's see. White male. Another white male. Cifuentes Perez. Yanni Asayas. Another white male. Clearly a white male. Clearly a white male. Clearly another white male. Wow. We just can't catch a break. All these white males. Broward County, Florida. Detainer accused of attempted murder. Let's see. Oh. There's no video here, but we'll pull it up. There's the guy's face. Let's see. Here's his crimes. Let's see. Pompano Beach. White male. Another white male. Murder premeditated. Felony weapon. Criminal attempt. Immigration hold. Wow. What do you know? White male. Man, all these white males. What is happening? What is happening with all these clearly white males? Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Legal alien arrested for stabbing. Got another one. Oh. What we got here? This guy was arrested for stabbing. Let's see. Oh, yeah, he looks like he's probably another white male, don't you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah. He was also booked in as white. That's what it says, but... Wow. Mm-hmm. He's been sentenced to 360 days for vehicular manslaughter. So a guy could kill somebody and gets 360 days.
Getting some closure and justice. Olga Gomez appears in a Butler County courtroom for sentencing after driving the car that hit and killed Ronald Imhoff as he rode his motorcycle on Ohio 63 last summer.
She wants to speak or not?
I think she had the last time and said that she was sorry for this.
Gomez was sentenced to a total of 360 days in jail for vehicular manslaughter and a charge for driving without a license. Her ride to the jail will not be the last provided by someone else after the judge suspended her license and her right to drive for 2 years.
I mean, they gave her max of what she could get, and it's good to know that it's finally over.
This guy does a wrap up every 2 weeks of the top 25. So that's what it is. Some of them we've seen, some of them we haven't. I don't know. I didn't go through them all. That's why I'm zipping through them. There's another section I want to get to that's very interesting. That's all I'll say about it. So let's see here. Let's see what this says. See if it says what he is. This is a woman. Let's see. So what do we think? Is this a white woman? Do we think is this a white woman? Do we think is this a white woman that killed these people? Let's see. White female. Oh my God. What do you know? Olga Gomez, a white female. Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? That's just crazy. A white female. What is with all these white people doing all these crimes? Stop it, whiteys. Legal alien dies in shootout with police. Probably another white male. What do you know? It's not going to show the booking information on him. We got another one. We got this guy was arrested for death by vehicle. What do you say? Another white male? White male. Another one. Gonzalez Martinez Rogoberto. Another white male. It seems like it's the San Diego DUI crash that kills a child.
Five-year-old Ryan Josue.
Driving and killing a young girl in a fiery crash near.
It's not going to say.
Julian now faces multiple charges.
It's rural. People were hospitalized with serious Marines.
DUIs in 2020 and 2021.
Killed the daughter of a
Ordered
U.S.
to be
Marine.
Deported back in 2023, but failed to leave the U.S. ICE says this was.
This guy was ordered deported in 2023 and failed to leave and then killed a Marine's daughter. San Luis Obispo County, California, vehicular manslaughter. Connection with the death of a 63-year-old man. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, man entertainer arrested for murder.
Charlotte. So it happened back in October on deadly weapon. He later died in connection with the homicide. He's being held.
Let's see. Christian Carabello. Here he is. Let's see. There's this. And that's just a. Okay, so that's it. Another grift from the O'Brien regime. Wonder if the model illegal is listed as white. We got this one. Oh, we got another one. Look at this. Denton County, Texas. Amanda Carolina Olivia Roca was arrested for a collision involving death, and she is a white female. Huh. Wow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Eduardo Patacarel has been charged with vehicular homicide. Carpo died of her injuries. According to DS, he has been deported. Oh, look, we got Marion County, 2 detainers, Wendy Joana Alvarado and Dunio Nepoto de Rosa Duertes was arrested for neglect dependent after their 1-year-old died at the hospital. Wow, they can't possibly be listed as white, do you think? Do you think it's possible these two are listed as white? According to these arrests, they have erased Hispanics. Yes, they have. White people are fine with prosecuting white criminals. Why do other communities defer when they share skin color with perpetrators? I don't know. Did you hear claims the crime went down under Biden? The skyrocket is because they altered the stats under Biden, and now the true facts are reported. Yeah. It looks like she may have been a Democrat, so let's see. Let's see what it says here. Female, hair, complexion, race, white. Another white one. And then look at another white one. Both of these people are white. These are 2 white people. These are 2 white people. That's a white person. That is a white person. Okay. And then look at this. San Diego, Hector Badazajeros has been arrested for a hit-and-run death for killing an 11-year-old on Thanksgiving morning. Race, Hispanic. Okay. Wow, I can't believe, Joe, that I had to take all of those. I can't believe I had to take all of those. These are the ones from 2 weeks ago. We got it. This is a little added one, and this is Jackson County. Nafias Perez was indicted for statutory rape, attempted statutory rape under 14. This guy. And no bond, no warrant. Yeah, all this stuff. So he should get the wood chipper. We got this. This one we got North Carolina. Rape of a child 15 or under. And he's white male. What do you know? Juan Ramon Juarez Talamantes is a white male raping kids. Wow. I see another white guy. Oh, white by default. This is what I wanted to get to. Well, sure, we're all white underneath. I definitely identify as H white for that, if that's a white person. That's one nappy-headed white boy, yeah. Anthony says, God bless anyone help anyone who I determine to be my enemy, for I have a wrath inside me to share. Yeah, well, it's what happens. It's what happens. Absorption of all color could be a melting point. Yeah, could be. I might change my name to El Peto Gordo and demand everyone call me white. Jim, this is why the statistics are shit. And when people tell me white people this, and I laugh at them and tell them they don't know shit. Yes, it is. I identify as a blackbird. Well, good for you. So true. So true, Joe. You get all those prepaid debit cards and EBT then. Tim Wall specifically pointed white people out to deflect from Somali crime. Yes. A Soldier's Silent Night. Yeah, I did. We played that last night, Anthony. That was a great song. But I want you to know, just so you know, I had to edit the video from last night because the music behind that was copyright. Yeah, the music behind that was copywritten, so I had to edit it. Not the poem, but the music was Silent Night by some Manfredi orchestra or something. White by default. The viral posts were right. We scraped 5.5 million criminal records and 1.5 million mugshots from 39 states. 29% of Hispanics are being misclassified as white in the official Department of Correction databases, even when Hispanic is explicitly classified. Everyone's seen the collages claiming non-whites get classified as whites in criminal databases. The problem, anecdotal, cherry-picked, no way to verify. We had 1.5 million mugshots, names, and official racial classifications. Time to test it systematically. So here we go. Julio Diego Montoya Trejo, white. Garcia Patrón Daniel Garcia, unknown. Wilbur Alexander Hernandez, white. And white, these three. And this one we know are white, we saw him. And then you got all these people here. Look at it. And then this guy, look at Darren S. Huggins Jr. Well, I was going to say, all the models they looked at should come up as black, but then look at Flip Confusion Matrix, distribution of classification, predicted black assigned Hispanic, predicted black assigned white. Wow, look at this. Predicted Hispanic assigned white is way up here. Wow. Predicted white assigned Hispanic, predicted white assigned black. No numbers. Okay. Wow. Prediction bin confidence. Predicted Hispanic assigned white. Renee Lynn Rivera, Autumn Dawn Davia, Michael Cervantes, James R. Quintero, Crystal Marie Serrano, Roberto Miranda, Rudolph F. Cube, Juan J. Gamboa. Look at them all. Luis P. Alvarado, Luis. Look at this guy, Eloy Padilla. I don't know what any of this means. Predicted black assigned low confidence. Oh, Joseph M. Cariange. What? That's not a white person. Thomas Dramer Tyree. That's not a white person. Martin Watson. What's going on here? Predicted black assigned white, high confidence. Wow, look at this. Johnny Lookett, Frank D. Cunningham, Gregory Jones, Curtis R. Davenport, Bagsby, Aaron E. These people were all assigned white. Illinois, Kentucky, Colorado. Wow. Percent change in criminal record rates. What do you know? If they changed it, they would lower whites by over 5-6%, and it would raise blacks and Hispanics. Wow. Portion predicted Hispanics assigned white by state. Florida, it's over 60% of Hispanics assigned white. Kentucky, it's over 40%. Oregon, look at this. California. Wow. This is crazy. That's out and out crazy, isn't it? That's out and out crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? Meaning low or high confidence in the designated position. Well, they were saying it was high confidence that it should have been black, but yet they were assigned white. Sounds invasions like, Jim. Is it written in the Bible too? Anyway, watch out for Murano. Yeah. Sorry if I got you a strike. I would never knowingly recommend something. No. I just had to edit it. It's fine. I just had to edit it. I'm just letting you know. I just had to edit it. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. And with that, we are now $50 away from a third additional hour. 50 away from a third additional hour. But we're way over the timeline. We're way past the timeline, but predictive models will get estimate values incorrect some percentages of the time. No, I know, but they went through predicted models and then they checked. We saw the pictures. Predictive. Thank you so much for the 50. But we went through the predictive models and it said what they were. So that's all I was going with that. No, but Anthony, I'm always here for you, buddy. If you ever need to talk, reach out to me on X. All right. I mean, I'll give you my phone number. We can talk on the phone. I'll talk to you anytime. I won't give it to you now over here because I don't want everyone calling me in the world. But reach out to me on X, Jim Sotella on X. I will. I'll give you my phone number. We can talk on the phone. Decent appreciation. Yeah. I'm glad someone is actually out here reporting on this white problem. I have no filter either. If I cross my mind, it comes out of my mouth. I was not in any way. I was just letting you know. That's all, Anthony. I was not upset in any way, shape, or form at you. Can we hold Anthony's donation over till tonight's show? We're going to end soon. Doesn't really work that way, though, Sunshine. I mean, we're already at 5 hours and 20 minutes. So technically, we only got 20 minutes left in what would have been the third hour. Really. I mean, are we really going to... No, that's a terrible idea, Spuds. That's a terrible idea. Terrible idea. Don't crawfish on us now, Jim. I ain't crawfishing on nobody. I'm just saying. This guy was listed as white. I mean, how is that possible? Accurate linear model trained on a base data learns the true signal, not the bias. Systemic deviations between predictions and official labels indicate mislabeling by authorities, not model error. You don't have... Do you have email? I don't have access on infantry. I'm still learning how these things work. Do you have email? Send me an email. JimTellsYou@duck.com. JimTellsYou@duck.com. Send me an email, Anthony. We should have a call-in show one night. I got to figure out how that works. Why is Spuds on CommieTube? He's everywhere. Spuds is everywhere. Spuds is everywhere. Let me fix Bella. Quack, quack. I'm not donating to attend the show. I'm just showing my support. It's like carrying over a tax deduction you couldn't use. Joe says, if you need to talk, ask Jim for my email. Yeah, if you want Anthony, my email address is jimtellsyou@duck.com. Send me an email. And we'll talk. All right? Hating everyone equally isn't easy. It's hard, but anyway. Oh, look at this. Man arrested for raping a child in Alabama now has an ICE hold. Another Democrat hero. I think we saw this already. Didn't we see this already? Roberto Pena Cruz. I think we saw this already. Yeah. We got a Tennessee judges want taxpayers to fund added duck.com. Yeah. Jim tells you at duck.com, D-U-C-K. Does all this data, statistic malpractice affect AI learning? It might. It could. So yeah, Tennessee judges want taxpayers to pay for added security for themselves because the public is becoming aware that they are dismissing charges for immigrant criminals and letting them walk free. You can't make this up. Tennessee judges are calling for added security from Governor Bill Lee after comments made by Representative Andy Ogles involving a case of a man in our country from Somalia who allegedly raped an unconscious woman on the steps of a Nashville church. He is facing 4 charges of rape. His name is Mohammed Muhammad, and he's 39 years old. Witnesses say he raped 34-year-old Megan Mayo, she later died at the hospital. Her cause of death has not been reported. Critics are outraged that this man was on the streets to begin with. He had 15 other charges against him, including one for sexual battery, and most of those charges were dismissed. My wife thinks I'm a tech bro mogul now, Jim. Thanks. Duck fat, don't tell people it's you. Representative Ogle says the judges involved in these dismissals should be impeached. That's why they're calling for added security. Oh, wow. I haven't seen her before. Abby Hammy. She purdy.
Tennessee judges are calling for added security from Governor Bill Lee after comments made by Representative Andy Ogles involving the case of a man in our country from Somalia, reportedly in our country legally from Somalia, who allegedly raped an unconscious woman on the steps of a Nashville church. He is facing 4 charges of rape. His name is Mohammed Muhammad. He is 39 years old. Witnesses say he raped 34-year-old Megan Mayo, and she later died at the hospital. Her cause of death has not been reported. The autopsy is not complete yet. Critics are outraged that this man was on the streets to begin with. He had 15 other charges against him, including one for sexual battery, and most of those charges were dismissed. Representative Ogles says the judges involved in these dismissals should be impeached. That's why they are calling for added security. Tennessee judges are calling for...
Oh, that's not a good look. That's not a good look. That's better. She's got very pretty eyes. She's got the shape of her head, though. I don't know if it's just the way she's holding the camera. But I can't tell if she's older because is that gray hair on top or is that just the lighting? But I'll admit it. Would 100. So he rapiered her and now she becomes unconscious. They don't know. Yeah, they don't know what happened. Maybe they're going to say, well, we don't know. Yeah, and then I like this. Paul in Tucson has a great, any crime committed by an illegal alien was aided and abetted by the Democrats. Skin color is important to the left for their narratives. It is. But the thing is, 15 and still in the country. It's crazy. The thing is, her neck looks very thin. It does. Her neck looks really thin. It's the way she's sitting. Okay. Anyway, I would just say that Prince of the Air says, no one's figured me out yet. I think my cover is holding. I only need a few minutes alone with them without cameras or witnesses. Look at this. This is what goes on in California. A man in California is seen violently beating the glass of an advertisement with a rock. This is on Sunset, and people drive by as if nothing's happening because they're so desensitized to this behavior in California. This is Gavin Newsom's leadership in California. I can't. There's a song. Look at, ooh, power to the people. What's he going to do? Throw a rock at a car now? That's crazy. And look at what they have to do in the UK now. The phone camera lens a foot away from the face doesn't do anyone any favors. She's got a neck like a pocket watch. We're just here for the Christmas concert. He shows that there are 7 riot vans on standby at the Christmas concert in case Muslim agitators show up. This is a result of multiculturalism. A few years ago, it would have been unthinkable to need security at a Christmas concert.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're just here for the Christmas Christian concert. And look, they've got, what is that, about 7 riot vans for a Christmas concert. How fucking ridiculous. Mad, isn't it?
Mad, isn't it? It's mad, isn't it? Yeah, Joe says, Richard, don't talk like that about my future ex-wife. And we don't have asylums. Why? The Crusades had a point. I'm waiting for the next call. The next call for the Crusade. Well, everybody, it's been 5 hours and 22 minutes of show tonight. So, believe it or not, you actually did get a third extra hour tonight. Whether or not you want to believe it or not, you did. On Jim. For half price. Gundam Zig, I am everywhere helping with the algorithm. So I just want to thank everybody who's here. Please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Please follow if you haven't followed. Trust me, Joe, you'll enjoy her. Oh, definitely. No Jesuit Pope would call for one. I know, but we need one. We need one. We need to call for one. I'm going to send you over to this guy, Pat Dixon. He plays piano and talks about stuff. He's an old friend. Say hi to him. He's the only one live right now. And I'll see you all Monday night back here, right? Today is Sunday, right? Yeah, Monday night. I'll see you all here, 9 o'clock Monday night, 9 p.m. Monday, maybe 8:30, depending on when Joe quits, if he actually does the raid or not. But I'll see you guys, and it'll be a nice change of pace to have some news and talk about some stuff with everybody. And, maybe, hopefully, what do you think? Do you think maybe we could get some news that doesn't suck? Like some good news, maybe? I have a bad feeling, though. I have a bad feeling that we got some bad news coming. I think there's war on the horizon, personally. I think we're going to have some, we happy few who sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Oh, yeah, it's from Band of Brothers, yeah. Well, that's also from another poem for someone. Right, but Neuro, you're gonna rate it out over there on on Rumble, or what do you want me to do it? Want me to find someone? If you find somewhere to go, let me know. But anyway, peace, everybody. Thank you.